morning, Virgin Islands, colleagues, staff, testifiers. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is hereby called to order. I am Senator Marie C. James, and I will be presiding over this meeting today. This is a short month, February. Actually, we have an extra day this year because it's a leap year, but it's a month that's powerful. Beginning with the fact that it is Black History Month, which is a time for us to recognize ourselves as a strong people with a rich history, despite all the struggles and suffering and hardships we have experienced here and all over the globe, really. So we have a lot of accomplishments, we have a lot of excellence, and we have strength as a people that we need to really appreciate in ourselves and in others. One of the other things about Black History Month that I think about is that those of us in the Caribbean were dropped off here in the Caribbean. And so we are a majority Black population, which changes the dynamics for us as Caribbean people and in the Virgin Islands. One of the things that is difficult for us sometimes is to appreciate where we were dropped off and how beautiful it is. And those of us who are able to travel between the three islands see how beautiful each island is, St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John. Unfortunately, sometimes some of our residents, because of the struggles that they have in their daily lives, are not able to appreciate the beauty of where we live. And so I want to focus on that. But I want to, throughout this hearing today, to quote different Black leaders in the world. Next month I'll reserve for Virgin Islands quotes, right? But I want to begin with Nelson Mandela, who said that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And I think those of us who are in education, you know, I began in education long ago. My first job was in education, and here I am as the chair of the Education Committee. It's a weapon that we can use to change the lives of our children. Today also, I want to also, and I wanted to start by beginning to say that at the very beginning, that on Friday, I attended the funeral of Cheryl Mason, who at 61 passed away. And I met her at Guantanamo, Cuba, but she was working for National Guard Bureau. And Virgin Islanders go everywhere in the world and excel. And she was that type of a person. I also want this morning to also remember the memory of Elizabeth Pichardo, who is being buried this morning on St. Croix, and who also was dynamic in terms of wanting, I think most of us, and we forget to acknowledge that all of us, to me, in the Virgin Islands, we want the best for our people. And she was one of those people in her advocacy here. One important figure in the history of, well, interestingly, Black History Month has become our month here in the Virgin Islands. But when Abraham Lincoln, who was born on this day, freed the slaves, it was the slaves in the United States of America, right? Because we were already freed in the Virgin Islands. But I want to also recognize that today, February 12th, is Abraham Lincoln's birthday. And one of the quotes that I love, that I would always talk about when I was in the Virgin Islands National Guard, I want to share with the people of the Virgin Islands this morning, because it's very important for us to understand that sometimes we don't always share the same views, and we may disagree. But it says, he said, "I am not bound to win, but I am bound to be true. I am not bound to succeed, but I am bound to live by the light that I have. I must stand with anybody that stands right, and stand with him while he is right, and part with him when he is wrong. Because we're not always right, and we're not always wrong. We all have virtues and we all have flaws, right? Today, I also want to point out the Governor of the Virgin Islands proclaimed that this month is Career and Technical Education Month. And in his proclamation, he, in the various whereases, he recognized that the Virgin Islands Department of Education, Career and Technical Education provides students with a school-to-career connection, which is the backbone of a strong, well-prepared workforce which fosters productivity in business and industry. So we really want to recognize the Career and Technical Education program in the Virgin Islands and how, especially now, how important it is for our community, for our residents, business, industry, government, and all those who, sometimes some of us forget that some of those careers are high income, high wage, because they're so technical and so specific to those persons that we overlook them in our community. So I want to also recognize one more. I'm not going to do all that February entails, but I was a Girl Scout, and the Girl Scouts celebrate annually on February 22nd, World Thinking Day. Okay, I know it's hard to say TH, okay, so sometimes, I forget to say the TH. World Thinking Day. It's celebrated by Scout and Guide organizations around the world. It is a day when they think about their sisters and brothers. Those are you, it's not just the Girl Scouts, we don't think of ourselves alone, okay? In all the countries of the world. And the issue this year for 2024, which again is relevant to us in the Virgin Islands, is the environment and global poverty. That's the issue that the Girl Scouts are focused on in 2024. So they want to bring awareness to the issue of poverty, which we will talk about a little bit with respect to when we get to parental engagement, because that is a factor when it comes to parents engaging. So I want to begin by asking Madam Clerk to conduct the roll call.
Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Gregory, absent. Senator Maurice C. James.
Here.
Senator James, present. Senator Javon E. James, Sr.
Present.
Senator James, Sr., present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph, present.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, 5 members present, 2 members absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum. I also want to, at this, and we will, I am aware of Senator Diane Capehart attending the funeral for Elizabeth Pichardo, and and also we will, when we get to the correspondence, we will hear of their tardiness. We have non-committee member present, Vice President of the Legislature, Senator Marvin Blyden. Welcome. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair. Letter dated February 12th, 2024. To the Honorable Maurice C. James, Esquire, Chairperson, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, Virgin Islands, 00802. In reference to our late arrival to Committee on Education and Workforce Development. Dear Chairperson James, please accept this letter as a formal notice of my late arrival to today's Committee on Education and Workforce Development meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Chambers in St. Thomas. Please have all circulated documents placed on my desk for immediate review upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Kindest regards, Donna Fred Gregory, Vice Chairperson, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated February 12th, 2024, to the Honorable Maurice James, Committee Chairman, Committee on Education and Workforce Development. Dear Chairwoman James, please be advised that I will be tardy to today's Committee on Education and Workforce Development meeting scheduled for February 12th, 2024, as I pay my last respects to the late Elizabeth Pichardo. Please ensure that I receive all information provided in today's meeting, if inaccessible on the legislative drive. Furthermore, I note the importance of this meeting and regret my tardiness. I ask to be recorded as excused. Thank you in advance, and I wish you a very productive hearing. Best regards, Diane T. Capehart, Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of all correspondences, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will recognize those senators when they arrive, and as stated earlier, may the memory of Elizabeth Pichardo be a blessing to all those who knew her. And also, as I said on Friday, Cheryl Mason, who I knew when I served. Point of personal privilege, Senator Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today is a really sobering day for me as well. I want to express my condolences, but I also want to express the condolences to one of my dear brothers in church, Brother Samuel Thomas. He's a marshal. He was a marshal. Yesterday at Memorial Moravian Church, he was scheduled to be installed on our board of stewards, and we had that announced that he died. I pray God's covering over not only him, but our Superior Court and all the marshals and people who are connected with Brother Samuel Thomas. He was a humble, giving, kind individual. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you kindly, Madam Chair, for allowing me that.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Joseph, and may his memory also be a blessing. Reminds us of how short life is and to do the most of the time we have on earth. I want to recognize my Vice Chair, Senator Fred Gregory, who arrived. Good morning, Senator Fred Gregory. I would like to ask all the testifiers in this block to begin by identifying yourselves and putting your name and title on the record. And we will start from my left, which is with the Board of Education Chair.
Good morning, Senator James. Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, representing the Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Good morning, Dr. Stefan Yergin, Insular Superintendent of St. Thomas St. John School District.
Good morning, Dr. Dion Walls Hedrington, Commissioner for the Department of Education.
Good morning, Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Good morning, Admiral Santos, and everyone listening. Alan Fleming, Chief Operation Officer.
Thank you. And St. Croix, please identify yourselves.
Good morning, Yancy Milligan, Director of Maintenance District. Good morning, Dr.
Repeat.
Arisilda Atley Herman, Insular Superintendent, St. Croix District.
Good morning, Davidson Charlemagne, Territorial Director for Operations and Maintenance.
Good morning, Emanuela Perez Cassius, Vice Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Good morning, Nona Hendricks, Member of the Board of Education.
Good morning, Samantha Prentice, Associate Executive Director, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
The first two, can you please identify yourself again? It was difficult to hear you over here on St. Thomas.
Good morning, Yancy Milligan, Director of Maintenance, St. Croix District.
Good morning, Dr. Arisilda Atley Herman, Insular Superintendent, St. Croix District.
Thank you, Mr. Yancey Milligan. Okay, we will now hear the testimony. Do we have any testifiers joining us virtually? Let me ask that.
So I do know that Gene Weeks, Director of Maintenance, is out sick today, but he's going to log on shortly.
Okay, so let us know when he logs on so he can identify himself. So we will now hear testimony from our invited testifiers, and I will begin with the Commissioner of Education.
Good morning, Committee on Education and Workforce Development Chairwoman, Senator Maris James, Esquire, Vice Chair Donna A. Fred Gregory, Committee members Carla J. Joseph, Diane T. Capehart, Duane M. DeGraff, Javon E. James Sr., and Franklin Johnson, non-committee members present, and everyone listening and viewing today. I am Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, and I'm here to provide updates on several critical areas, including school facility conditions, renovations at John H. Woodson Junior High School, bathroom upgrades, student achievement, and strategies to address learning gaps, iReady, and the intervention block initiatives, as well as parent engagement in schools. With me this morning is Assistant Commissioner Victor Som III, Insular Superintendent for the St. Thomas St. John District, Dr. Stefan Jurgen, Insular Superintendent for the St. Croix District, Dr. Arisilda Atley Herman, Chief Operations Officer Alan Fleming, Territorial Facilities Manager Davidson Charlemagne, Director of Maintenance St. Croix District, Yancy Milligan, and joining shortly, Director of Maintenance for the St. Thomas St. John District, Gene Weeks. Before we begin our update, I want to say thank you to the hardworking, committed employees of the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Words cannot express how valuable your contributions have been to the overall success of our students. Conditions of school facilities throughout the territory. Esteemed members of the Senate Committee, I would like to begin by shedding light on the critical issue of school facility conditions throughout our territory. The physical environment in which our students, our faculty, and staff must work, or our students learn, plays a pivotal role in shaping their educational experiences and outcomes. Unfortunately, in recent years, many of our school facilities have faced significant challenges that demand our immediate attention. Our infrastructure is the backbone of our educational system and has been showing signs of wear and tear over the years. Deteriorating roofs, outdated HVAC systems, inadequate classroom spaces, and aging facilities have become all too common in many of our schools. These conditions not only affect the comfort and safety of our students and staff, but also impacts the overall learning environment. In today's world where education is the cornerstone of progress and prosperity, it is essential that we provide our students with the best facilities to enable their success. In this testimony, We will delve deeper into the state of our school facilities, discussing ongoing renovation efforts, and outline our vision for ensuring that every student has access to safe, modern, and conducive learning environments. Our dedication to tackling the issues in our school facilities remains steadfast, and we eagerly anticipate collaborating with this committee to find practical solutions that will benefit the students, educators, and the entire community. The recent enactment of the legislation establishing the Bureau of School Maintenance and Construction is making progress. We have received 8 applications and have structured the interview process and have a structured interview process in place to select a qualified individual to lead this division. In the interim, our internal framework remains functional, and we are actively addressing critical repairs needed in our facilities to enhance, again, the safety and security across our campuses and activity sites. As previously mentioned, we have received the approval from the U.S. Department of Education to allocate some of the federal funding from the American Rescue Plan towards addressing our infrastructure challenges. In the St. Thomas, St. John District and the St. Croix District, we have allocated resources for this purpose. And we have publicly outlined our 30 and 60-day projects demonstrating the department's commitment to tackling these issues methodically. While our list of projects are very ambitious, we are steadfast in our commitment to completing all of them. Although we have faced some challenges along the way, the department remains resolute in its commitment to maintaining transparency with both internal and external stakeholders. To the back of the testimony, you will see the listing of the 30, 60-day projects for each respective district, along with a status update. I would like to also address a significant challenge confronting our department. We are grappling with the rapid deterioration of our modular units that were initially covered by a 5-year warranty upon installation. We have succeeded that warranty, period. And as a result, we are experiencing detachment issues in our modular units, particularly in the joints connecting the roof and floors of these structures. This deterioration has led to air quality concerns, necessitating the development of a comprehensive plan for roof repairs, and in severe cases, the complete replacement of wall paneling to rectify the situation. Furthermore, some of the HVAC systems within these same structures have also required replacement. Such challenges have been significant at the Charlotte Amalia High School and Eulalie Rivera K through 8. The plan includes repairing all modular units territory-wide. This is being scoped and will be out for bid utilizing the ARP funding. Each school has been identified for extensive repairs, as I mentioned before, which is in Addendum A that lists projects by school and their status. So we had the opportunity to tour the John Woodson site with this body on Friday, and our commitment to making sure that our students could return to face-to-face instruction has been fulfilled. We were able to open our doors this morning, and so that is a very, very big accomplishment for the department. And I want to take the opportunity to publicly thank our maintenance division in the St. Croix district. Our crew did a lot of the repairs that will be seen later on, and I want to commend them for their commitment and their hard work. The Virgin Islands Operation and Maintenance Team has diligently worked to address critical concerns recently identified at John Woodson Junior High School. These concerns are central to our unwavering commitment to providing a safe and conducive environment. Over the past few months, our school has faced urgent challenges that necessitate immediate attention, including the presence of mold, uncomfortable heat condition, a disturbing odor that has adversely affected both our students and staff daily. These challenges not only jeopardize the well-being of our school community, but also hinder our pursuit of academic excellence. The VIDE team has taken the following measures to tackle these pressing issues, ensuring the safety of our students and staff while creating the environment that promotes learning and growth at the John H. Woodson Junior High School. Air quality testing was carried out, and the results indicate that the mold remediation efforts have been successful. ATCON Environmental Services conducted the air quality testing and found that based on the completed remediation, there is no immediate threat to life, safety, or health of occupants in the service areas. 2 recommendations were made to the department, both of which have been addressed: professional cleaning of the HVAC air handlers in each room, and annual inspections of the HVAC system as per the NADCA ACR 2021 recommended inspection schedule to ensure its cleanliness and optimal performance. Please see Addendum B for a copy of that detailed report. Several other important improvements have been implemented, including the replacement of the duct system in the main office, changing of floor and ceiling tiles, replacing exterior lighting in hallways, installing new air conditioning units in Building B, addressing minor repairs such as electrical and plumbing concerns, deep cleaning of the entire campus, pressure washing of the hallways, and exterior painting in the courtyard. Due to John H. Woodson Junior High School's persistent moisture issues resulting from its location and sometimes water table issues, regular monitoring for increased exposure within the buildings will be necessary. It is worth noting that Woodson is scheduled for complete replacement once FEMA obligates the funding for this project. We remain fully dedicated to ensure the safety, comfort, and academic success of our students, our faculty, and staff at the John H. Woodson Junior High School. Renovations of the bathrooms. As part of our ongoing commitment to improving our environments, we have undertaken a significant initiative to renovate and modernize the school bathroom facilities. The state of the bathrooms had been a concern for both students and staff, with aging fixtures, plumbing issues, and limited accessibility. These conditions not only affect the comfort and hygiene of our students, faculty, and staff, but also contribute to their overall sense of well-being and pride in their school. With the additional funding received from the ARPA grant, the bathrooms at every site will be renovated. Through careful planning and investment, we initiated a comprehensive renovation project that aims to transform our bathroom facilities into safe, clean, and welcoming spaces for all. And I must say that in my conversation with the student councils, we have implored them to help us with maintaining the facilities once we renovate it, because a lot of the destruction that we see in the bathrooms have been caused by our students. We have all worked closely with contractors to ensure that the designs are not only functional, but also aesthetically pleasing, promoting a positive and inclusive atmosphere within our school. Our goal is to provide students with modern, well-maintained bathrooms that align with the high standard of education we aim to achieve in both high schools and all schools across the territory. The bathroom renovations have progressed at Central High School with the selection of the contractor, Lightning Construction. Currently, work is underway to revamp a total of 14 restrooms. Additional comprehensive scopes have been meticulously prepared to address roof leaks in both the cafeteria and the walkways. Moreover, the prestigious Central High contract for replacement has been awarded to MCM Build, the same accomplished contractors who are currently involved in the construction of the new Arthur Richards Pre-K to 8 facility. Notably, students have expressed a keen interest in the development of a dedicated wellness center for their fellow students. These collaborative discussions are scheduled for this week, with students' input regarded as invaluable. The Virgin Islands Department of Education eagerly anticipates the continuation of our monthly meetings with the student councils at each high school. These interactions hold great significance as they represent our investment in nurturing the leaders of tomorrow. St. Croix Educational Complex. The approach to renovating the restrooms at Complex has taken a different path. The Virgin Islands Department of Education has opted for a service contract consolidating contract encompassing all remaining restroom renovations across the district, which is currently in the bidding phase. Once the contractor is selected, work will commence accordingly. Meanwhile, our internal maintenance division remains committed to addressing the daily issues, including inoperable fixtures, replacement of the air conditioning unit in the band room, air quality testing in problematic areas, and we're awaiting results for some of those, installation of ceiling fans and mold remediation, addressing the auditorium's leaking roof, and scoping and bidding for stage repairs are ongoing projects. Details on other ongoing projects, again, can be found in the project status listing. Additionally, Springline Architects is currently assessing the modernization needs of Complex and CTEC, revealing severe roofing issues necessitating a complete roof replacement for that facility. Student achievement and actions to close the learning gaps. This paragraph represents data on the demographic and attendance trends with a specific educational within our specific educational system over the years. The overall population is declining from 10,907 in 2019-2020 school year to 10,312 in the 2023-2024 school year. However, the number of English language learners is increasing, especially in the St. Thomas district, from 902 in 2022-2023 school year to 1,074 in the 2023-2024 school year, and to a lesser extent in the St. Croix district, from 237 to 270 in the same period. In contrast, the population of special needs students is slightly decreasing in both districts, from 403 to 394 in the St. Croix district, and from 317 to 310 in the St. Thomas and St. John district between 2022 to 2023 and 2023 to 2024. Currently, the department has 14 funded teaching vacancies across the territory. In the St. Croix district, 4 elementary, 5 secondary, 5 SPED. For St. Croix, St. Croix has 14. It's 4 elementary, 5 secondary, and 5 SPED. And the St. Thomas St. John district has 2 secondary teachers. With the decline in student enrollment and the recent budget cuts, both districts have undertaken an assessment to maximize human resources to ensure that students have highly qualified teachers and paraprofessionals at each school facility. The state of student achievement and initiatives undertaken by the Virgin Islands Department of Education to address the educational disparities within our region are of paramount significance. We have meticulously crafted a comprehensive strategic plan that delineates the department's plan forward. Each educational institution has formulated their individual school improvement plans, which are aligned with federal funding and provide a clear roadmap for rectifying the disparities observed in student outcomes. We wholeheartedly acknowledge that education serves as a cornerstone of our society, and the accomplishments of our students not only mirror our commitment to their future, but also serves as a gauge of our steadfast dedication to the progress and prosperity of the Virgin Islands. Now we're going to dive a little bit into the data. We're going to first look at the learning accomplishment profile, which is the Lab 3 testing. I'm going to begin with the summary and then allow the superintendents to speak about their respective districts. After careful analysis of multiple data points available in the territory, it is determined that we needed to ensure that our early childhood grade levels, pre-K to third, remains our focus as we train our professionals on the science of reading and mathematics instruction. Data has shown that the gaps in student achievement have been recognized during those years. If schools are unable to close those gaps and have students reading on grade level at the end of third grade, statistics show that that gap continues to widen, resulting in students being unable to read and comprehend as they matriculate through the grades. The Learning Accomplishment Profile 3rd edition, the Lab 3, is a comprehensive assessment tool designed to track the development of children from birth through 36 months. It evaluates skills across multiple domains, including cognitive, language, fine motor, gross motor, and social emotional development. The Lab 3 is being used by kindergarten teachers to identify children's strengths, needs, and growth over time, enabling targeted intervention and support. The tool consists of structured observations and a checklist that teachers can use to monitor developmental milestones. Its focus on a wide range of developmental areas makes the Lab 3 a valuable resource for ensuring children are on track for their age and identifying early any areas needing additional support. By providing a detailed profile for a child's ability and progress, the Lab 3 plays a crucial role in early childhood education and intervention programs. Superintendent Herman.
The Lab 3 summary for the St. Croix district shows that the majority of kindergarten students are performing well, particularly in the fine motor and pre-writing domains with completion rates above 97% and average scores of 86 and 84 respectively. The cognitive and language domains also exhibit high completion rates of over 96%, although the average score in language is slightly lower at 68, suggesting a variation in skill levels within this domain. Notably, while the personal social domain shows a lower completion rate of 79.4%, the average score is high at 87, equal to that of the self-help domain, which has a higher completion rate of 88.43%. This indicates that while fewer children complete the personal social domain, those who do tend to score well. The gross motor skills are also well developed with a 96% completion rate. The data suggests a strong overall performance with particular strengths in motor skills and pre-writing, while highlighting an opportunity for focused improvement in personal social domain. Dr. Juergen?
The Lab 3 summary report for the St. Thomas St. John School District indicates that for most domains, the average score is 79 or above, indicating a high level of proficiency except for cognitive and language, which have average scores of 68 and 63 respectively. Fine motor and pre-writing skills have a significant proportion of students, 80% and 85% respectively, showing proficiency in over 75% of domain areas, indicating strong development in these areas. The majority of the children are over 60 months old or 5 years, with high completion rates for the assessment ranging from 92.3% to 99.74%. Personal social skills have a relatively high average score of 84, but the distribution is more even across different levels of proficiency. This is the initial report for the 2023-24 school year. Therefore, there is no data indicating change.
Student achievement encompasses the progress and success that students demonstrate in their academic pursuits. It is typically measured through standardized testing assessments, grades, and teacher evaluations. Factors contributing to student achievement include effective teaching practices, access to well-designed curriculum and educational resources, parental involvement, a supportive classroom environment, and student engagement in the learning process. High student achievement signifies that students are mastering the curriculum and acquiring the necessary knowledge and skills for their educational development. And before Superintendent Herman shares her data, I want to emphasize to the public and to this body that that is part of why we have schools doing school improvement plans, because a trajectory or plan will look different for every school depending on the needs that have been identified in that particular school. So it was critical for us to put some of that back, or some of the resources and power to use the funding back into our schools so that our administrative teams could effectively address their students' needs within their respective buildings. Superintendent Herman?
Today, I present evidence of the district's strategic initiatives focusing on 3 critical areas: classroom instruction, targeted intervention, and the pivotal role of parental engagement. These efforts are integral to closing the achievement gap and ensuring that every student thrives academically. The current enrollment is 5,117 students in the St. Croix district, spanning various educational levels, 3,517 students in pre-kindergarten through 8th grade, and 1,600 students in 9th through 12th grade. Gender demographics indicate a slight majority of male students, with 2,606 males compared to 2,501 females. Among the total enrollment, 389 students are receiving special education services. 257 students are classified as English language learners, and approximately 30 students are receiving both special education and ESL services. The district's educational makeup includes 2 high schools, 1 career and technical education center, 4 pre-K 6 schools, 3 pre-K 8 schools, and 1 junior high school. Closing the achievement gap within the St. Croix district is strategically anchored in 3 transformative approaches, each supported by evidence and aimed at fostering equitable academic outcomes. Currently, student achievement reflects the largest population to have been tested since the pandemic, thus serving as a baseline for the district. The proficiency rates for the 2022-2023 Summative Smarter Balanced Administration indicate that there is great room for improvement, with rates of 17% in English language arts, 6% proficiency in mathematics, and 32% in science. In response, the district has undertaken a comprehensive analysis of historical data, leading to a strategic focus on 3 major areas to address and close the achievement gap. Dr. Yergin?
In the St. Thomas St. John District, the current enrollment stands at 5,262 students distributed across various educational levels, with 2,575 in elementary, 1,822 in high schools, and 775 in junior high school. Gender demographics show a slight male predominance with 2,729 males compared to 2,533 females. Special education students are addressed with 50 students having a 504 plan and 315 students receiving special education services. A total of 1,095 students are classified as English language learners. The district's infrastructure includes 2 high schools, 7 elementary schools, 1 middle school, 1 K-8 school, and 1 pre-K through 8 school. As of December 14, 2023, the attendance rate was recorded at 92.6%. The district has observed academic performance trends in the Smarter Balance Assessment for the 2022-23 school year, where 17% of students achieved proficiency in English language arts, marking an improvement from 15.8 in the previous year, while math proficiency experienced a minor decline with only 4.7 scoring proficient. Further details and data breakdown are available in figures 2, 3, and 4. With the increased ELA proficiency in a sign of academic growth, the decline in mathematics scores highlights the importance of continually assessing and adjusting educational strategies to meet all students' needs. The overall attendance rate of 92.6 as of December 2023 also contributes positively to the district's educational outcomes, as regular attendance is crucial for consistent learning and academic achievement.
Actions to close the learning gap. Addressing learning gaps is vital for achieving educational equity. To close learning gaps, the VID has taken several actions. Early intervention is crucial, involving the identification of struggling students and providing tailored support like tutoring and individualized learning plans. Teachers should also employ differentiated instruction to accommodate diverse learning styles. Equitable allocation of resources, professional development, data analysis, parent and community engagement, culturally responsive teaching, extended learning opportunities, mental health and social emotional support, and advocacy for fair policies and funding are all essential strategies to bridge these gaps. Closing learning gaps is ongoing and a collaborative effort that requires the involvement of all stakeholders to ensure all students have equal opportunities for academic success. Dr. Herman.
St. Croix District. Strategic focus on classroom instruction. Tier 1 instruction enhancement. The district has prioritized targeted professional development to enhance Tier 1 instruction. Science of teaching reading sessions for pre-kindergarten to 3rd grade teachers, and science of teaching math sessions for 4th through 8th grade teachers address identified challenges in literacy and math proficiency, ensuring students meet crucial benchmarks for future academic success. The initial training for these programs was conducted on November 22nd, 2023. Currently, teachers are actively engaged in job-embedded coaching at their respective school sites, focusing on the science of reading for pre-K through 3rd and the science of math core instruction for 4th through 8th grade. This comprehensive approach underscores the district's dedication to ongoing professional development, with the current contract being implemented until May 2024. Future action steps include extending professional development on the science of core instruction to all high school teachers, fostering literacy support across content areas. leadership coaching and professional development. Ongoing professional development for the superintendent's team and district coordinators centers on leadership coaching, monitoring, and supporting quality instruction. The professional development sessions were strategically designed and executed throughout the year, emphasizing critical aspects of leveraging time and resources to optimize academic achievement. This initiative extended into a leadership series on effective strategies for dropout prevention, conducted in collaboration with a Successful Practices Network. The SPN's involvement included facilitation of a dropout prevention academy, monthly leadership sessions, and district-level and campus-based job-embedded coaching sessions. The Dropout Prevention Academy commenced with an initial session on April 19, 2023, where expectations and goals were articulated. The subsequent components unfolded over the year. The first component, an overview, took place on August 2nd, 2023 at the Back-to-School Superintendent School meeting. The second component involved monthly leadership meetings addressing topics such as academic weaknesses, attendance, and discipline, held on September 11, 2023, November 11, 2023, and December 14, 2023, respectively. The third component focused on job-embedded coaching delivered at individual school sites. This phase occurred during September, October, and November of 2023, with time allocated for one-on-one principal coaching sessions. All 11 principals received individualized coaching sessions tailored around a leadership goal tied to improving student outcomes. The Leadership Academy's execution spanned from April 19, 2023 to December 15, 2023, ensuring a comprehensive and sustained professional development experience for both district and school leaders in the St. Croix District. High-dosage tutoring and targeted intervention. Individualized support through high-dosage tutoring. In our innovative approach to tackling learning gaps, we expanded our high-dosage tutoring program, leveraging personalized prescriptions derived from iReady diagnostic data. Tutors are instrumental in administering individual or small group sessions seamlessly integrated into the school day, amounting to approximately 50 hours per semester. This targeted intervention aims to address specific areas of student deficiencies and learning disparities with a particular focus on tailoring support to individual needs. Notably, students who participated in the program in previous semesters exhibited significant growth in core subject areas. The initial phase saw the enrollment of 63 students during the first semester. As we approach the spring 2024 Smarter Balance testing, we eagerly anticipate comparing students' data with last year's scores to measure the program's impact. In an ongoing commitment to student success, we are actively adding new students for the second semester, ensuring a continued and personalized approach to addressing learning gaps. Crunch Time Smarter Balance Supplemental Guide. To reinforce and expose students to tested skills and concepts, content coordinators have developed Smarter Balance Supplemental Guides. These guides focus on historically challenging domains such as writing in ELA and specific mathematics concepts, aligning strategically with curriculum objectives. The intent of this document is for students to be exposed to standards and skills that they were either previously introduced to in the school year or to delve deeper into concepts that we as a district have historically scored low in. See a sample in Addendum C. Improving student attendance for enhanced learning. Recognized as a fundamental factor in effective learning, research consistently underscores the correlation between attendance and academic achievement. As education researcher Robert Balfens aptly puts it, poor attendance isn't just a lack of learning time, it's a lost opportunity to teach a child. In our district, the attendance rates vary across grade levels, with high school attendance rates at a commendable 93%, notably higher than the district average. However, there is a disconcertable drop in attendance rates at the elementary level, particularly in kindergarten, where rates stand at 86%. The first step for the district in closing the achievement gap is ensuring our students are not only present, but consistently engaged in school to maximize the impact of instruction. To address this, each school leadership has been tasked with creating attendance teams who make parental contact or, in extreme cases, engage outside agencies as an intervention method. Weekly attendance reports are provided to schools by the district team, highlighting students who have missed or been tardy more than 3 days consecutively. In March, we will launch an attendance survey to determine the impact of school start time and out-of-district approvals on student attendance. As we strive to enhance instructional efforts, we call on parents, community leaders, and policymakers to join hands in prioritizing student attendance. By collectively fostering an environment that values and promotes regular school attendance, we can significantly contribute to closing the achievement gap and ensuring every student can thrive academically. Evidence-based support underscores the effectiveness of these strategies. A focus on Tier 1 instruction aligns with research-backed understanding that high-quality classroom teaching is foundational to student success. High-dosage tutoring has gained traction as an impactful intervention, particularly for students with learning gaps. By concentrating efforts on these 3 strategies, the St. Croix District is poised to make significant strides in narrowing the achievement gap and fostering equitable academic outcomes for all students. Dr. Yergin?
In the St. Thomas St. John School District, over the past 2 years, students have continued to learn and grow, even though their educational experiences have been marked differently from those prior to the pandemic. They have honed vital 21st century skills such as flexibility, communication, technological literacy, resilience, problem solving, independence, and creativity. Their proficiency in online learning and use of web-based tools for collaboration, interactive discussions, and research has significantly increased. Although students have acquired many valuable skills through their virtual learning experiences, preparing them for future academic and career endeavors, the department acknowledges the uneven impact of the pandemic on our student body, especially affecting students with disabilities and English language learners. Before the pandemic, at the end of the 2018-19 school year, 24.8% of students met or exceeded English language arts standards, and 10% did so in mathematics. To gauge the pandemic's effect on student learning, the department compared the average growth in scale scores of students in spring of 2021 with that of similar students pre-pandemic. Strategic focus on classroom instruction. Efforts to address learning loss began with identifying essential standards necessary for students to succeed in subsequent grades. In the summers of 2020 and 21, we assembled grade-level teachers teams to select key standards that would guide learning objectives. Teachers were then encouraged to focus more on these objectives, reinforcing them and providing ample practice time rather than rushing through content to cover more ground in less ground. The monitoring of instruction. Coordinators and superintendents have been engaged in regularly monitoring instruction and providing feedback to teachers in the presence of principals. Feedback sessions are non-evaluatory and provide teachers with a safe place to self-reflect on the execution of the lesson. Teachers frequently respond with what they could have added to the lesson or what they could have done differently to address a problem area or get more students to demonstrate a deeper understanding. Coaching and personalized support. The monitoring of instruction from a district standpoint has led to our ability to spend quality time with those teachers that need it most. Coordinators have been able to follow up with teachers to share teaching strategies, assisting with becoming more familiar with the new materials and supplies associated with newly adapted textbook series. Assessment. To determine the degree in which students lost learning potential, students must be assessed. The Virgin Islands Department of Education has ensured that all students in grades K through 9 participate in our selected intervention program, iReady, which assesses students at 3 critical points during the year: the beginning, the middle, and the end. The assessment offers a comprehensive academic overview, prompting the department to adapt its instructional programs accordingly. iReady not only covers the diagnostic component, but also provides each student with an individual prescription that supports their academic deficiencies. We have established a framework from kindergarten through grade 12 to offer additional support to those in need, implementing a multi-tiered system of supports for targeted interventions to help students advance. In our elementary programs, for instance, teachers dedicate 20 to 30 minutes daily to small group instruction and reinforcement for students struggling with specific concepts or theories. This period is integrated into the daily schedule, offering flexibility in our instructional approach to both addressing deficiencies and providing enrichment. The Flex Block has been instrumental in mitigating learning loss, highlighting our commitment to addressing educational gaps exacerbated by recent challenges. We are actively exploring ways to enhance the effectiveness of the Flex Block to maximize its benefits for our students. Ongoing professional development continues for our leadership team, focusing on coaching and instruction monitoring. Teachers will receive ongoing support in areas such as the newly adopted curricular series, the science of reading, multi-tiered system of supports, differentiated instruction, standards-based instruction, personalized learning, and more.
Effectiveness of iReady programs and the intervention blocks. iReady programs and interventions have become increasingly recognized in education for their effectiveness in addressing individual student needs and promoting academic growth. These versatile tools offer a comprehensive approach to assessing and improving student performance, allowing educators to tailor instruction to meet students where they are and help them progress at their own pace. With a strong emphasis on data-driven decision-making and personalized learning, the iReady program has demonstrated its ability to enhance student outcomes and bridge learning gaps. The Virgin Islands Department of Education has explored the key components and evidence supporting the effectiveness of the iReady program and intervention blocks in empowering educators and students alike to achieve success. Before the St. Croix District reads their testimony, the tables provide data on window 1 and window 2. So that's the beginning of the year and the middle of the year data, and it's color-coded. So what you want to see is improvements in the green and yellow section, and the red section a reduction, which indicates our students are moving towards proficiency. Dr. Herman?
St. Croix District iReady programs. Data analysis highlighted that third grade students showed an increase from 30% to 37% on or above grade level in reading, and sixth graders increased from 16.4% to 25%. In mathematics, growth was observed across multiple grade levels, showcasing the program's effectiveness. Furthermore, we are seeing successes through the incorporation of the growth monitoring feature within the iReady program. After 21 days of instruction, growth monitoring assessments provide detailed insights into student strengths and deficiencies, enabling teachers to intervene promptly and tailor lessons accordingly. The resulting data empowers educators to differentiate instruction through small group activities, ensuring that struggling students receive the focused support they need. Overall, iReady has demonstrated substantial growth, with students on average increasing by 18 points in reading and 13 points in mathematics on the second diagnostic, affirming its efficacy across all grade levels. The charts below represent growth in both ELA and mathematics for the 2023-2024 school year in the St. Croix District. Dr. Yergin?
In the St. Thomas St. John School District, the iReady reading diagnostic figure represents a comparison of student performance across two assessment windows, highlighting progression in reading proficiency within various student groups. Most groups demonstrate an encouraging upward shift in the proportion of students achieving at or above overall grade level placement, as evidenced by the expanding green segment from window 1 to window 2. This positive trend suggests that most students are advancing in their reading capabilities over time. Notably, The group presented in the last pair of bars shows a remarkable improvement with students at or above grade level soaring from 19% to 90%. On the contrary, a few groups exhibited a worrying decline, particularly one group where students at or above grade level plummeted from 67% to 6%, signaling a potentially critical need for academic intervention. The red and yellow segments indicating students one or more level below grade level placement also reveal significant fluctuations. While some groups show a reduction in these segments, indicating fewer students falling behind, others, such as the group that regressed from 35% to 48% below grade level, suggest that additional educational supports and resources may be necessary to mitigate these declines. These data underscores the importance of tailored instructional strategies to support those groups lagging behind, ensuring that all students have the opportunity to reach and maintain grade level reading proficiency. In mathematics, the iReady math diagnostic figures reveals a diverse range of outcomes in student mathematics proficiency across two assessment windows. While there is a general trend of improvement with several students groups showing an increase in the percentage of students meeting or exceeding grade level expectations, there are notably exceptions that warrant concern. One group experienced a significant improvement, jumping from 76 to 95% proficiency, whereas another group saw a drastic reduction from 18% to 19% proficiency. These disparities underscore the need for targeted instructional strategies to support those groups who have not shown improvement or have declined, ensuring that progress in mathematical understanding is equitable across all student demographics.
St. Croix District.
Intervention blocks. The St. Croix District. The implementation of intervention blocks within the St. Croix District has been a focal point in our commitment to providing targeted academic support and fostering holistic student development. District walkthroughs play a pivotal role in this initiative, consistently providing constructive feedback to school leaders and teachers, ensuring the effective implementation of intervention blocks across all educational levels. In pre-K 6 and pre-K 8 schools, these 45 to 60-minute blocks are thoughtfully structured with students participating in small groups facilitated by an instructor or independently completing personalized prescriptions on various educational programs. The success of this approach is evident in the individualized attention students receive, aligning with their specific learning needs. Dr. Jurgen?
In the St. Thomas St. John School District, to support the needs of struggling learners, an intervention period of 20 to 25 minutes was added to all elementary schedules in the St. Thomas St. John School District. This valuable time allows elementary teachers to dedicate focused attention to their students' specific needs. During this period, teachers have the flexibility to employ various strategies that benefit their students' academic growth. They can choose to work with small groups of students to review and reinforce objectives that may have posed challenges in their learning journey. Additionally, this time allows for extra practice to solidify understanding or to follow up with enriching extensions of previous lessons, ensuring that each student's unique learning requirements are met effectively. This intervention period aims to empower teachers and students alike, fostering a supportive and tailored learning environment to maximize educational outcomes.
Flex blocks, St. Croix District. At the high school level, our ongoing implementation of the Flex Block intervention period is now entering its second year, reflecting our commitment to refining and expanding successful models. While each school has crafted an implementation plan tailored to their unique culture and student requirements, a comprehensive evaluation has identified areas of weakness in the high school model. For example, at St. Croix Central High School, the flex-back period is being utilized to address the needs of students based on their grade level. Ninth graders receive intensive instruction in reading comprehension and writing, while 10th and 11th graders focus on Smarter Balance preparation lessons. Teachers were provided with a Smarter Balance preparation guide to create meeting lessons based on these documents. 12th graders attended sessions focused on preparation for entering post-secondary life, while all students participate in at least one weekly social-emotional session. Additionally, external agencies collaborate with the school to provide wellness sessions during the block. As we strive to ensure that both high schools adopt this model, recent research indicates the critical importance of intervention programs at high schools, particularly in the post-pandemic landscape. Studies have shown that targeted interventions can significantly mitigate learning loss and address the socio-emotional needs of students during these challenging times. This intervention block has a long-standing presence at the elementary level, and its introduction to the secondary level underscores the district's dedication to providing comprehensive support throughout a student's educational journey. Therefore, our commitment remains unwavering in ensuring that the school teams district-wide implement an intervention model that is not only successful, but also meets the evolving needs of all of our students at every grade level. Dr. Yergin?
In the St. Thomas St. John School District, in the 2021-2022 school year, both school districts collaborated to review and revamp their high school operations. They were concerned about the quality of education and the number of teacher vacancies affecting their high schools. Their goals included establishing common schedules among all 4 high schools to allow students to establish common schedules, to allow students to cross-register for courses not available at their home school, and designing a flexible block system to address learning loss and academic deficiencies. After analyzing standardized test data, it was evident that changes were needed to support students effectively. They settled on a new schedule consisting of 4 75-minute blocks and 1 45-minute block, which aimed to address academic deficiencies for struggling students and other enrichment opportunities for proficient ones, including courses in various life skills and of interest to students. The introduction of the flex block served to help students who scored below proficiency levels in English language arts and mathematics by providing daily sessions to improve their skills. For students proficient in these areas, the flex block offered a range of enriching activities such as auto repair, financial literacy, etiquette, and more, giving them a chance to explore diverse interests and practical skills. This transformation aimed to improve the overall quality of education and support students in achieving success in their academic and personal development.
Parental engagement in schools is an essential cornerstone to the success at the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Parents and caregivers' active involvement in their children's schooling fosters a strong sense of partnership between home and school and significantly contributes to the academic and social development of students. As the research consistently shows, when parents are engaged in their child's education, students are more likely to excel academically, exhibit positive behavior, and have a greater sense of self-esteem. Throughout the territory, there are various forms of parental engagement in our schools. St. Croix District.
Our commitment to fostering a strong connection between parents and schools is evident through various initiatives. Monthly PTA meetings serve as a platform for open communication, allowing parents to actively participate in the decision-making process. Additionally, schools have been organizing engagement activities, creating a vibrant and inclusive community where parents feel connected to their child's educational journey. In our efforts to enhance communication, we leverage the parent blast system to disseminate timely information. However, we recognize the importance of ensuring accurate contact details. We are actively encouraging parents to update their emails and cell phone numbers in the school system. I was at the John H. Woodson Junior High School this morning, and we were trying to contact a parent. Every number that was listed in the updated system was incorrect. Furthermore, the district has conducted sponsored workshops focusing on family dynamics, encouraging meaningful interactions during dinners, and emphasizing the importance of reducing technology use to strengthen family bonds. The Power School Parent Portal remains a valuable tool for parents to track their child's academic progress, enabling informed involvement in their education. As a crucial checkpoint in the academic calendar, open house and parental conference days provide an opportunity for parents to gain insight into their child's achievement and challenges. We understand the pivotal roles parents play as key stakeholders in the success of their children, and we remain dedicated to fostering a collaborative and supportive educational environment. In conclusion, the St. Croix District educators' dedication to excellence is not just a testament to their professionalism, but a commitment to shaping the future of our community through education. By strategically focusing on classroom instruction, targeted intervention, and fostering robust parental engagement, we envision a future where every student achieves their full potential. The evidence-based support for these initiatives is reflected in increased proficiency rate, data-driven growth, and a resilient educational community. As we collectively invest in the success of our educators and students, we are confident that the St. Croix District will continue to be a beacon of educational excellence. Thank you for your time, attention, and unwavering support of the St. Croix District. Dr. Yergin.
The St. Thomas St. John School District. Thematic activities for parents are regularly organized in our schools. The annual school calendar informs parents about various parental activities, including parent meetings, open houses, parental conferences, etc. The dissemination of information. Parents and students have the opportunity to access information through the Parent University courses covering topics such as technology and parental coping skills are offered. Additionally, parental complaints trigger investigations regarding specific students and their progress. When parents and students initiate a complaint, it initiates a process that includes a meeting at the school level with district representation. If the issue is not resolved at the school level, a formal hearing is conducted in the office of the Insular Superintendent. Monthly outreach. Our monthly outreach efforts take place through the Lights On in our library program. Each month, district libraries are illuminated with live presentations on relevant topics for parents. These presentations aim to provide students and parents with valuable information to aid in the future decision-making. Guest presentation from various community agencies and private institutions looking to make meaningful contributions are welcome as part of the Lights On program. So far, our outreach opportunities for the public have taken place in locations such as the Tutu Park Mall, Fort Christian Parking Lot, Bovoni Housing Community, Westin Frenchman's Reef, Carnival Fair, and the Children's Parade, and so much more.
In conclusion, I want to express my deep gratitude to the members of this Senate committee and your colleagues for giving us this opportunity to provide updates on the critical areas that impact our education system. Our commitment to improving school facility conditions, renovating John H. Woodson Junior High School and all other schools to include upgrading of our bathrooms, enhancing student achievement, addressing learning gaps through initiatives such as iReady and intervention blocks, and fostering parental engagement in schools remains unwavering. These endeavors are not just about improving our infrastructure or academic outcomes. They are about investing in the future of our students and the prosperity of our islands. We understand the challenges ahead and are fully dedicated to working collaboratively to overcome them. As we move forward, I am confident by working together, we can create a brighter future for our students and ensure that every child in this territory has access to a high-quality education. We look forward to continued partnership and support from this esteemed committee and appreciate your dedication for the betterment of education in our community. Thank you for your time, and Senator James, I remember your colleagues mentioning that they have never seen the flyby, so I do have that video that I presented to your team, as well as the video to showcase John Woodson, but I will yield to you on that. But thank you for the time to really delve into where we are as a department. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to first recognize non-committee member, Senator Kenneth Gittins, our honorary member, really, and committee member, Senator Diane Capehart. And we will take a 5-minute recess, and when we return, we're going to go into what you brought, Commissioner Hedrington. Thank you. We're out of recess and back on the record, and we will go straight to media to show what was provided by the Commissioner of Education. Thank you.
So what you're seeing now is the flyby that I mentioned to the senators in our walkthrough on Friday. Some had indicated that they had not seen the schematic design for the new Central High School, and so I brought it with me. There may be some individuals in the public who have not seen it either, and so this gives us a good opportunity to see the vision forward for this new Central High. And so this design is about 30% complete. We are finalizing our contract with MC&, who also has been contracted to build the new pre-K to 8 Arthur Richards site. Once that contract is signed, they will begin completing and mobilizing with the school-based teams and their architects to finish the design and begin working on the construction. We're going to do Central High like every other facility in phases, and so it will begin with the demolition of the gym and start on that side of the campus with construction before moving to the main campus where we are right now, and that's because we had to create an environment that is least disruptive to our students to ensure that education still happens. What we try to do is make sure that in all of our designs, we have a backup system for power in the event that we lose power, as well as you'll see changes in the landscaping and color schemes within our buildings. So this is just a schematic design of the new Central High, and we're going to begin sooner than later, within the next month, having those design meetings to finalize what it is that we're looking for in our schools. One of the things that I want to point out is that the vision for learning looks a lot different in terms of more collaborative spaces. Over the years, we've talked about teachers collaborating, and the classrooms that we currently have within our schools are not designed for that type of collaboration. So you'll see places for indoor, outdoor learning. You'll see collapsible walls in rooms where you can open up to have two classes being instructed at the same time. You'll see a lot of color, and that's what I learned, because the first thing I said, we always have problems maintaining our painting and so forth of the facilities, but that colored walkway, for example, is in the concrete. That's in the concrete. So it's not something that you have to paint over. So you'll see different tricks that the contractors and the designers have taught us along the way. It really is a vision moving forward, but this just gives you an idea of that space where Central High sits on. It's very large, although it may not look so to the natural eye. It's a very large space that we are really proposing something wonderful for the island of St. Croix.
And if I may, Commissioner. Good afternoon, good morning. Good morning.
Recognize Assistant Commissioner Sums' mic, please.
Good morning again. Victor Sum III. In addition to what the Commissioner has said, approximately 2 weeks ago, the St. Croix CZM Committee met about this. We had a public hearing. It was very well received and equally well presented by Chanel Callwood, Department Architects. We had a public hearing for federal consistency purposes as we're using federal funds for new schools projects. So I was happy to see that the public hearing went well, and we're just awaiting a decision by the St. Croix CZM Committee. Thank you.
Next, we're going to see the walkthrough of John H. Woodson, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, St. Croix Public. Welcome to Warrior Land, where our students are on a path to success. And this morning, we are eager, we are excited to begin the process of welcoming our students back to school, back to in-person learning, because they have been out for the last 4 months, receiving virtual instruction, and to have them back in person on Monday, it is something that we are really excited about. So, I'm going to quickly just enlighten you on some of the work that has been done over the past 4 months in an effort to get our students back into the building. So we'll begin with our hallway lights above me. And those lights were replaced with LED lights, and that we were extremely excited about because it has really made the whole environment, the hallway environment, really different and conducive because of its brightness. So we are really excited about that part of the work that has been done. Majority of the work was in the B wing, and also some of the classrooms have been retrofitted, of course, with brand new ACs or ACs that have been repaired. So we are really excited to just be back in person to welcome our students back. So this is one of the rooms that, of course, extensive work was done in that room. Initially, we had not used that room, but with all the work that has been done, so this is one of those that was given attention with ACs and everything, and ceiling fans, floor tiles. So this is one working room that we are going to have, of course. This is another room that was addressed, and again, with ceiling fans and floor tiles, and that is another working space that we have available. And again, we have those rooms, they were addressed, and like I said previously, the B wing was affected, so we have rooms that have been cleaned, fixed, and ready for use. One of the rooms specifically that was affected due to that leakage that exacerbated the issue that we had was in the B wing, of course, and I will take you to that room because extensive work was done in that room as well. Again, pay attention to our hallway lights that have been replaced. And I know our students will be extra excited just to have those lights brightening up our hallways. And this is the room. This is the room that really suffered majority of the damage caused by the leak, which led to our closure. So this room, awesome. So much has been done to this room, and we're just missing the bodies to put in those rooms. Our students will be excited to be in this room. And I know our teachers, of course, our teacher, she has prepared that room in preparation for Monday. So again, in the B wing, that was the wing that extensive work was done. And like I said initially, the highlight of all of this, just the lights that we have overhead. And we are ready. So again, parents, community, we invite you to just come take a look at what we've done at our school. On Monday, we have our sort of grand opening, if you may call it. So if your students, your children, your grandchildren, your family, if they attend the school, we invite you to come on Monday so we can get a tour of what we've done to our building. And again, we are warriors and we are on a path to success. Thank you for your patience during this time as we transition to virtual learning and back in person. So we are excited. We are extremely excited. And thank you for your support.
Thank you, and we will go right back to our meeting with, earlier I neglected to ask Madam Clerk to read today's agenda into the record, even though you covered it. You covered it. So I'm now going to ask Madam Clerk to read today's agenda into the record before we go to the next testifier.
Agenda for today, Monday, February 12, 2024. The committee will receive testimony on the Virgin Islands Department of Education and the Board of Education regarding the following: the condition of school facilities throughout the territory, the status of the John H. Woodson Junior High School, the renovation of bathrooms at the St. Croix Central High School and St. Croix Educational Complex High School, the student achievement and actions to close the learning gaps, the effectiveness of iReady program and intervention blocks, parent engagement in schools, and matters of concern of the Board of Education that the Board of Education may have. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Dr. Dion Wells Hendrickson, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education, and Dr. Kaiser Callwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now going to go to Dr. Kaiser Callwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education, for his testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Maurice C. James, Chairwoman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, committee members and other members of the 35th Legislature present and the listening and viewing audience. I am Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, Chairman of the 21st Virgin Islands Board of Education, hereinafter VIBE or the Board. In the St. Croix chambers of Vice Chair Emanuela Perez Cassius, Chairperson of the School Plans and Facilities Committee Winona A. Hendricks, and Associate Executive Director Samantha Prentice. Thank you for the invitation to provide comments regarding the condition of school facilities throughout the territory, status of John H. Woodson Junior High School, renovations of bathrooms at St. Croix Central High School and St. Croix Educational Complex, as well as other matters of concern the Board of Education may have. I would first like to take this opportunity to acknowledge Black History Month as we celebrate and honor the legacy of the rich history, achievements, and contribution of Black individuals and communities. Today, throughout the month and forever, sing the Black National Anthem. Lift every voice and sing loudly and proudly, because our song is a powerful expression of cultural identity, resilience, and unity. Prior to the passage of Act 8717, establishing the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance in April of 2023, Title 17, Education, Chapter 3, Virgin Islands Board of Education, Subsection 24, School Management Accountability, mandated the Board of Education shall, in one, consultation with the Department of Education, conduct a thorough annual assessment and evaluation of all public school facilities, school guidance division, and school administration in the territory. In the absence of a functioning bureau, the board remains committed to ensuring the schools are safe, healthy, and conducive to learning. As such, VIBE School Plans and Facilities Committee conducted school site visits to gain additional insights into the state of school facilities throughout the territory. Visits commenced on January 19, 2024, and concluded on February 9, 2024. The committee is once again preparing for its school visits to conduct the curricular and instruction assessment as mandated by Act 8717. Condition of school facilities territory-wide. As stewards of educational excellence, it is incumbent upon us to confront the imminent challenges surrounding the condition of our esteemed school facilities with unwavering resolve and scholarly acumen. In recent deliberations and school visits, it has become patently clear that certain facets of a school infrastructure necessitate diligent attention and meticulous upkeep to ensure the continued safety, functionality, and scholarly ambience for our esteemed students and faculty. These concerns encompass a spectrum of considerations ranging from structural integrity of our school building to the efficiency of our amenities and communal spaces. During our school visits, the same theme and looming concerns resonated in school facilities, which in some way impacts the learning environment, student safety, and overall well-being. Some of these concerns include, but not limited to, aging infrastructure. Many school buildings suffer from aging infrastructure, including deteriorating and leaking roof, plumbing systems, and electrical wiring, which can lead to the safety hazard and operational inefficiencies. Electrical upgrades are imperative to support the installation of air-conditioned units in all classrooms, as well as increased use of technology to support the curriculum. Additionally, challenges posed in some schools by historical property regulations should be promptly addressed to facilitate necessary repairs and improvements. Deferred maintenance. Budget constraints and insufficient manpower often result in deferred maintenance, where necessary repairs and upkeep are postponed, exacerbating existing issues and potentially causing further damage over time. Safety and security. Inadequate security measures such as outdated locks, inefficient lighting, non-functional cameras, and intercoms compromise the safety of students and staff, leaving them vulnerable to intruders or emergencies. There are slip and fall hazards throughout most of the campuses. Warning signs and caution tape should be posted to protect students and personnel. Schools need efficient and reliable communication system, which include live video monitoring of remote areas and visitor entry, emergency notification, walkie-talkies, strategically placed wall-mounted loudspeakers, working phone system, and smart televisions in key locations. Health and environmental hazards. Schools are plagued by environmental hazards such as mold, asbestos, lead paint, or poor indoor air quality, which can adversely affect the health and well-being of occupants. All schools need health and sanitizing supplies readily available for students. Basic needs such as toilet paper, paper towels, soap, and hand sanitizers should always be available in restrooms. Additionally, sufficient waste disposal receptacles should be implemented around campuses, therefore promoting a safe, clean, and organized learning environment. Further, while modular classrooms often start out as temporary solutions, they often become a permanent fixture on campuses. Because they are designed for temporary use, modular classrooms are more likely to develop structural problems such as water leaks or cracks faster than permanent school buildings. They are also outfitted with presswood furniture and vinyl walls which release strong fumes during the off-gassing period that are irritants to persons in that environment. Overcrowding. Overcrowded classrooms and facilities strain resources and compromise the quality of education by limiting space for learning activities, causing disruptions, and increasing the risk of accidents and injuries. Technology infrastructure. Insufficient or outdated technology infrastructure, including unreliable internet connectivity and obsolete equipment, hinders students' access to digital resources and impedes the integration of technology into curriculum delivery. Accessibility. Inadequate accessibility features such as lack of ramps, elevators, or accessible restrooms present barriers for students and staff with disabilities, comprising their ability to fully participate in school activity and creates risk for ADA non-compliance. Sustainability. Many school facilities lack energy-efficient systems and sustainable practices, leading to excessive energy consumption, high operational costs, and environmental degradation. The department is doing an excellent job with installation of air-conditioned units in the classroom. However, most classrooms need film on the windows to prevent the air from escaping and eventually overworking the units. Addressing these looming concerns require proactive planning, investment in infrastructure improvements, and collaboration among stakeholders to ensure that school provides safe, inclusive, and conducive learning environments for all students and staff. While we are cognizant of the inherent complexities posed by aging infrastructure and fiscal constraints, we must not waver in our dedication to creating an environment conducive to intellectual exploration and holistic growth. In light of this imperative, I prefer a judicious course of action. Holistically, facility assessment. Undertake a rigorous and all-capacity evaluation of our school facilities in concert with an esteemed consortium of stakeholders. I'm slowing down. I see the stenographer watching me. Including administrators, esteemed faculty members, maintenance personnel, and students. This diagnostic endeavor will furnish us with invaluable insights to discern priority areas necessitating intervention and strategic allocation of resources. Timely remediation and restoration. Prioritize expeditious remedial measures and restorative interventions to ameliorate imminent safety hazards and ensure the seamless operation of essential amenities. These remedial actions may encompass rectifying structural deficiencies, mitigating environmental hazards, and attending to infrastructural exigencies with clarity and precision. Strategic infrastructure modernization. Conceive a visionary roadmap for the modernization and rejuvenation of our school infrastructure, guided by empirical findings gleaned from our comprehensive assessment. This strategic blueprint shall delineate, prioritize initiatives, fiscal projections, and temporal benchmarks, all embodied with a steadfast commitment to scholarly excellence and pragmatic feasibility. Transparent engagement and scholarly discourse. Cultivate an ethos of transparent engagement and scholarly discourse within our community, fostering a robust dialogue wherein concerns are clarified, insights are exchanged, and collective solutions iteratively refined. Soliciting the perspective of stakeholders ensures that our collective endeavors are consistent with the aspiration and imperatives of scholarly setting. 5. Innovative sustainability paradigms. Explore innovative sustainability paradigms and innovative technologies to augment the ecological efficiency, ergonomic functionality, and scholarly efficiency of our school facilities. By harnessing the transformative potential of sustainable infrastructure, we not only mitigate our environmental footprint, but also engender a culture of conscientious stewardship and intellectual innovation. Advocacy and resource mobilization. Advocate assiduously for augmented resources and collaborative support from an august consortium of stakeholders, including governmental agencies, philanthropic benefactors, and corporate partners. By galvanizing support from diverse quarters, we augment our capacity to effectuate substantive change and propel our shared scholarly aspiration to fruition. Restorative practices and personal growth. By involving students and those in our community facing less severe disciplinary actions in a meaningful task related to school maintenance, we provide them with a tangible opportunity for restitution and personal growth. Engaging in constructive activities and contribute positively to school community can foster a sense of responsibility, self-worth, valuable life skills, problem solving, time management, attention to details, and belonging among participating students and other individuals. At this time, the chair of the School Plans and Facilities Committee, Winona A. Hendricks, will read the John H. Woodson Junior High School bathroom, kitchen equipment, and intercoms issues.
Thank you, Winona A. Hendricks, President Board of Education. John H. Woodson Junior High School 5 School Plant and Facilities Committee and staff members conducted a site visit of John H. Woodson Junior High School on January 19, 2024. Progress may have been made since that school visit, and we know that because we just saw a visit by Assistant Principal Mary Ansonine. The committee observed routine maintenance and major repairs such as painting, trimming trees, and repairing broken concrete areas in the courtyard, while contractors were also installing AC units. The main office and B wing reveal installation of the ducting system as well as replacement of hallway lights, floor tiles, ceiling tiles, and ceiling fans. Some classrooms were infested with mosquitoes, which suggests the presence of standing water. There was insufficient information regarding water quality testing, air quality testing, repair of the auditorium stage due to termites, and portable bathrooms for the sprung gymnasium. Bathrooms, kitchen equipment, and intercoms. To date, there has been no communication regarding updates on capital projects. Information was acquired at site visits. 5 encourages more communication between the department and the board regarding these matters. Recent visits reveal that bathroom upgrades and kitchen installations are considered capital improvement projects. Bathroom upgrades will be contracted out for approximately 114 to 115 bathrooms in the district. Only 1 male and 1 female bathroom in the 800 wing is being worked on at St. Croix Central High School. These bathrooms are going to be the model for the other bathrooms that will be repaired. There are no reports of upgrades to bathroom facilities at other schools. Installation of some kitchen equipment is finally underway. Intercoms are federally funded and are waiting the third-party fiduciary information to be reviewed. It is understood that priority will be given to St. Croix Central High, the St. Croix Educational Complex, Alfredo Andrews, John H. Woodson, and other schools for intercoms as funding becomes available. In addressing the looming concerns surrounding the conditions of our school facilities, we affirm our unwavering commitment to nurturing an ecosystem wherein erudition flourishes, intellectual inquiry thrives, and scholarly excellence knows no bounds. We extend our invitation for your esteemed collaboration and scholarly stewardship as we collectively embark upon this noble endeavor. The Department of Education and the Virgin Islands Board of Education needs the public support for all of these factors pertaining to maintenance and correction of problems at our school sites. We cannot do this critical work by ourselves.
Vice Chair Perez Cassius will discuss learning gaps.
Virgin Islands Board of Education. Addressing learning gaps is a paramount concern in education, underscoring the commitment to equitable academic.
Ms. Cassius Perez?
Yes.
You need to identify yourself, your title, and then begin. Remember that you're on St. Croix and the reporter is on St. Thomas. Thank you. Start over.
Emanuela Perez Cassius, Vice Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Addressing learning gaps is a paramount concern in education, underscoring the commitment to equitable academic outcomes for all students. Within this context, educators employ a multifaceted approach aimed at identifying and remedying areas where students may require additional support to thrive academically. Central to this effort is the use of diagnostic assessments, meticulously crafted to pinpoint specific areas of struggle or misunderstanding among students. These assessments serve as a springboard for individual tailored interventions, ensuring that instructional strategies are precisely targeted to address individual learning needs. Differentiated instruction emerges as a cornerstone of this approach, embracing the diversity of students' abilities and learning styles within the classroom. Through personalized learning plans, small group activities, and individualized instruction, educators endeavor to provide each student with the support and resources necessary to bridge any learning gaps they may encounter. In parallel, intervention programs are deployed to provide targeted supports to students in need. These programs may encompass tutoring sessions, remedial classes, or specialized intervention delivered by trained educators or specialists, all with the aim of bolstering student comprehension and confidence. Formative assessment practices play a pivotal role in this process, allowing educators to continuously monitor students' progress and adjust instruction accordingly. By regularly assessing students' learning and providing timely feedback, educators can effectively identify emerging learning gaps and tailor their instruction approaches to address them in real time. Collaborative learning experiences are also leveraged in great effects, with peer tutoring initiatives empowering students to support one another in mastering challenging concepts. Through collaboration and shared understanding, students not only receive the support they need, but also develop important social and cognitive skills along the way. Furthermore, the integration of educational technology serves to augment classroom instruction, offering students personalized learning experience and opportunities for independent practices. Adaptive learning platforms, online tutorial, and educational apps provide students with flexibility to engage with course material at their own pace, reinforcing learning and fostering self-directed learning habits. Family and community engagement around this comprehensive approach to addressing learning gaps, recognizing the critical role that families and communities play in supporting student success. By fostering partnerships with family and providing resources and workshops, educators extend the learning environment beyond the classroom, reinforcing learning at home and strengthening the support network for students. In essence, addressing learning gaps is not merely an educational instruction, but a moral and ethical commitment to ensuring that all students can achieve their full potential. Through a holistic and collaborative approach, educators strive to create inclusive learning environments where every student can thrive academically, socially, and emotionally.
Other matters. As chairman of the board, I'm eagerly awaiting the confirmation of Dr. Alice Marsh and look forward to welcoming her in her new role of the at-large seat on the Virgin Islands Board of Education. We desperately need that additional member to complement and complete our dedicated and committed team of board members. Nonetheless, the board continues to perform at an optimal level. Through various committees and initiatives, VIBE supports the Virgin Islands Department of Education. These initiatives aim to improve student achievement, create a positive school climate, boost morale, and prepare for school occupancy in appropriately maintained educational structures. Conversely, I think that I can speak for the entire board when I say that awarding scholarships each year makes everything else worthwhile. At this time, I would like to take the opportunity to highlight the Territorial Scholarship Fund and Special Legislative Grant Financial Program. Please visit www.myviboe.com for more information regarding available scholarships, eligibility required for high school students and employees of the Government of the Virgin Islands, and the 2024 deadline, which is April 21st, 2024. Chairman James, thank you for allowing the Virgin Islands Board of Education to provide testimony. We stand ready to answer questions.
Thank you, Dr. Carl Wood and Member Hendricks and Vice Chair Perez. Cassius. I know it's one of those.
Perez Casillas.
Perez Cassius. We will begin our round of questioning. However, I want to start by saying that we're all going to agree in the Virgin Islands that we have aging infrastructure. We don't have to say it again.
Right.
We know it. Okay? It's what we're going to do with the aging infrastructure. Because we know that upon information and belief, I understand there was an incident at the John H. Woodson School this morning with the opening. Can someone please apprise us of, you don't have to say specifics, but generally what happened this morning?
Good morning, Senator Dr. Herman, Interim Superintendent for the St. Croix District. While on the campus, some students took advantage of the first day being back in person to have a physical altercation. We separated the students. Thank you to our monitors as well as to individuals. There were some vendors and parents who assisted us. It was about 6 students, 6 male students. BIPD was called because there were some upset parents as well who came to the campus. And so once this is over, I'll get an update from Acting Principal Liebert, but we, are very grateful we were able to intervene quickly. These are repeat offenders, and some of them have been up for expulsion and were given a second chance and returned to school.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Herman. I'll like to point of information, Senator Giddens, but let me first recognize Senator Milton Potter, a non-committee member. And I think is that Senate President Novel Francis also?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to recognize his presence. Thank you both for joining. And point of information, Senator Giddens.
Thank you. I'd just like some clarity before we go into the line of questioning from the Department of Education regarding the teacher shortage for each district, please.
In the St. Thomas, Dr. Jorgen.
The mic is not on.
Right.
Dr. Jorgen, Interim Superintendent St. Thomas St. John School District, there is a shortage of teachers. What we've done is last year we had our...
Just the number, please, just the number. Teacher vacancy.
Senator, on page 7 of our testimony.
Just give me the
14
vacancy.
in St. Croix and 2 in St. Thomas St. John.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a point of information.
Point of information, Senator Brett Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to make sure that my point of information is relevant to your presentation of earlier. Can I get from you what is I need 2 things, the capacity of the new Central High School, 1, and 2, is there a maintenance plan around these schools that's being rebuilt? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So I will get you the enrollment, Senator Gregory.
No, let me, for clarification, not the enrollment, the capacity of the new school.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Right. I got you.
Okay, good.
Yes, your capacity. Yes, I will get that to you.
Okay.
And actually, Senator, I am looking forward to the executive director being hired to put together that maintenance plan that you're referencing. One of the things that we've done in our contracts for our new school, we have included a 2-year maintenance program. And we do want to make sure that we do have a plan and that our maintenance staff is actually working closely with our contractors in the installation of any systems within our schools so that they too will know how to maintain them. But I'll get you more specifics with the capacity.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Along the same lines of that, I was wondering what is the present budget that you have for that school maintenance program?
There's no budget for school maintenance that comes from this body in terms of allocations for maintenance within our local budget.
No, I was asking what is the budget? Regardless of who you come
Oh,
from.
now
Yeah,
our
what
budget
is the
this year for the maintenance of our schools is 5 million, and that will be the standard amount moving forward. We do have the opportunity to use alternate funding through the federal funding.
It wasn't 7.5 added to that 5?
7.5 added for the year for the startup of the bureau, but I don't know if that's continuous.
No, I was just asking for the total budget that you have.
Yes, so
Five
you
to
have
12.
5 million for routine maintenance territory-wide, plus a 7.5 million for the bureau, plus we have PFA funding. I think it's about 3-point-something million. I could get you the specifics. And then now we have the opportunity to use some of the federal funding that was approved from U.S. Department of Education.
So 5, 7.5, and 3. Okay, thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Point of information, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just a point of information, you mentioned you're going to use some federal funding. Which source? Is it ARPA funding?
ARPA funding.
Okay, just for clarity.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
I would like to clarify.
Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
I know you want to start your meeting, Senator James. So, Commissioner, you made mention to 5 million?
Right.
From where?
This body.
Okay, but when the Senate,
Yeah.
the reason why I said from where is because when the senator asked you, you said not from this body. You probably didn't realize you said that.
Oh, no, I didn't
Yes.
realize. Oh, my goodness, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so let's
From
be
this
clear.
body.
So let's be clear. So let's be clear. I want to make sure that I put this on the record, and I have to also put my disappointment on the
realize
record as it relates to the fact that we are approaching April of 2023, and we moved the Bureau in April of approaching April of 2024, we moved the Bureau in April of 2023. And there were certain requirements tied to the Bureau, and in the last testimony in November, there was a commentary about having 6 applications. My disappointment is, and this is why we continue to find ourselves stumbling when we try to implement measures. The responsibility of setting up this bureau is not that of the Department of Education. I'm not sure why, we're seeing testimony about setting this up, etc., but that concerns me. But the $5 million that was referenced when the senator asked the question, that money is tied to the Bureau of School Construction, and the $7.5 million is also tied to the Bureau of School Construction. And I can't remember the amount that we budget for your maintenance division, but all of that funding goes with the Bureau. So there is more than sufficient funding to support the maintenance of our schools, but the Bureau has to be stood up in order for the government, the GVI, to begin accessing those funds. And yes, once there is a requirement that annually the legislature, as they work on their budget, must, not may, maybe, shall appropriate X millions of dollars, I think is no less than $5 million, to maintain our schools moving forward. But we got to get this stood up. So I just want to make sure I put that on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair. And hopefully we can start a meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. And you know what's interesting about my starting this meeting? I still am going to do it, quote the governor in his State of the Territory address. He said, and I quote, "We need our trained educators focusing on student instruction, not building construction." That was and it is still the beginning of where I would like this committee direction to be focused on. Instruction. when it comes to the new schools building, and I appreciated seeing Central High, even though that raised a number of questions, but I'm shifting that to my fellow colleague for disaster recovery. In his committee, that's where that should be addressed. In this committee, I really want to focus on education more than anything else, instruction, and how we are going to improve these scores that we're seeing. There was, and I'm going to start with, well, let me just outline for my colleagues how we're going to go. We're going to go with Senator Blyden, then Senator Joseph, then Senator Johnson, Senator DeGraff, Senator Javan James, Senior, Senator Fred Gregory, Senator Gittins, Senator Capehart, Senate President Francis, and then Senator Potter. We're going to go in that order. Okay? But I want to just start by saying that I found it strange for the St. Croix District in your testimony. There was a sentence that talked positively about kindergarten children. In one instance, being ready, I can't remember where that was.
Lap 3.
Lap 3.
Mm-hmm.
But then there was the attendance rate at the elementary level, particularly in kindergarten, where rates stand at 86%. That is crazy. So please explain that to me, actually, because I'm at a loss as to what's going on here and what happens to parents when, well, first of all, a kindergarten child does not bring the child itself to school. So what are we doing about those parents?
So Superintendent Herman, can you give some more specifics around your attendance challenges in the St. Croix District?
Sure thing. I want to clarify, Dr. Ursula Herman, Institute Superintendent, St. Croix District. I want to clarify for you, Senator, the Lab 3 testing is given over a span of time. So in terms of the completion rate, because of the amount of components in the Lab 3 testing, a child may be absent this week, but we would pick it back up because it's given over probably a 2 or 3 week span. So that's to clarify in terms of the completion rate in comparison to the attendance. What we've been doing, and I've actually gone back in and done a deeper dive, and I'm going to go back and meet with the school attendance teams, is each school has their own attendance team. They've been contacting parents. In many instances, what we've seen outside of arriving late consistently, what we've also seen is individuals who just don't bring their students back to school. We've made referrals out to DHS and called the appropriate authorities as far as we can move forward with it in VIDE. As I said, in March, we're going to have a deeper conversation, and we ask as many parents to kind of provide some feedback. In conversations that I've had with some parents, one of the hardships, especially for the younger students, is that our schools start at 8:15 and 8:30, and parents have to be to work for 8 a.m. So many parents find themselves going to work and then turning around, and when they have a break or opportunity, dropping their children to school because of the arrival time of staff and drop-off time. So we're looking at what programmatic, which schools we're affecting as much with our start times. What we've seen with Eulalie Rivera starting at 7:30 is an actual increase in their attendance rate. And so we're looking at that as well as what should we do to address some of our attendance measures.
So, Superintendent Herman, you're saying that they leave the child at home, go to work, then go back to pick the child up and take the child to school, and in that space of time, who is parenting that child? Or if this is a fact that you're saying, is that a high percentage of parents who are doing that?
So, Senator, it varies by situation, and that's what I'm saying. Some of the conversations that I've had, that's instances of what can occur. And they don't leave them home. They may take them to another family member, a grandparent, or someone to drop them to school. Some parents take their children with them to work. I've known of instances where a parent has had to go to work and the child sit in the car for a few minutes and then they take them to school. So it varies, but that is only one aspect that I'm speaking about. So that's why we're going to survey parents every week. Right now, we just, again, in my email, every school receives on Monday an attendance report for the week prior of who are those students who miss multiple days. And so now in this round of data chats with schools, I'm going to go and talk about who those extensive amount of students who missed the extensive amount of days are and what have we done to intervene. So our attendance counselors have gone to homes. We've contacted DHS. So we've done as much as we can do outside of going to the school, going home and picking up the child and bringing them to school.
I'm going to come back to this issue, but I just want to make sure that I understand, or I heard you and I'm reading it, that that's actually for St. Thomas St. John District. St. Thomas St. John District. Math proficiency with only 4.7% scoring proficient?
Yes, Senator. Yes, Senator.
Yes.
And that's accurate. That's very accurate. And that's a decrease from the last time that we took the standardized test. Last couple of times that we've taken paper version of the test. And that's why I've been adamant that we need to stick to the electronic version so that we're not taking two different modalities and comparing one against the next. But our proficiency level in mathematics is low. And so what we've had to do is really refer to the basics and take some things off of the table and use our focus standards to be able to instruct students in that way. So I hope to see some improvements in this cycle that's coming up in March, but our efforts in mathematics have really been in a horrible place.
I'm going to allow my colleagues, because I'm going to come back to this subject. Senator Blyden, this is going to be a 5-minute round. Go ahead, Senator Blyden.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Commissioner Hengrington and the supporting team there. And thank you so much for your comprehensive testimony. Also, good morning to the board chair, Mr. Kaiser Calwood, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Jurgens, Superintendent Jurgens, in respect to the score, you said reading is, what's the percentage for reading?
17%.
And math is 4.7?
And I also interject that we have achieved higher numbers than this prior to the storms and prior to the pandemic. So those things are having a lingering effect. But what we've done in the past 3 years, and since this is the second year that our students have been in school for this length of time, full time, we anticipate that we are going to see some movement in a positive direction come this testing season.
Okay, very well, because I know, and I want to thank the chair for having this meeting and the agenda, because you spoke to student achievement and actions to close the learning gap. She spoke to the number 4 item. And that gap is pretty wide. And I believe, and let me ask a question in terms of instruction and in-class instructions, what percentage of the lessons are done in terms of in-class instructions in person? Because a lot of complaint I hear from individuals is the instruction time in class. Even though they're in class, most of the work is done online. Is that a fact?
No, that shouldn't be, Senator. When students are actually in the classroom, that's the time for the teacher to use that time to instruct. So that shouldn't be that, unless there's a virtual component there. But in all of our classes, in most of our classes, we're not using a virtual component at this time.
You're not using a virtual component at this time. That's the platform. That's what you're saying.
Right. Most classes are instructed with a teacher. There are some classes that we do have the virtual platform in use, but that's not the norm for most of our classes.
Okay, very well. With that being said, then let me ask in respect to the board and Mr. Calwood. And he spoke to number 6, technology infrastructure, insufficient or outdated technology infrastructure, including unreliable internet connectivity or obsolete equipment, hinders students' access to digital resources and impedes the integration of technology into curriculum delivery. Now, let me ask you, based on your assessment, Mr. Calwood.
2 minutes.
What's the board doing to assess the department in this respect?
Well, the board doesn't contract in terms of, Dr. Kaiser Calwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education. The board is doesn't have a handle in terms of contracting technological services. We're speaking in terms of when we go on a site visit, these are most of the concerns. I can say that when we do have those concerns in the particular school infrastructure in terms of technology connectivity, the commissioner does respond timely. But I will allow Member Hendricks, who has been more in the trenches with the school visit, to respond in case I have missed anything, to answer your question directly, sir. Member Hendricks?
Thank you, Chair Howard, Winona, member and chair of the School Plant and Facilities Committee. When we visit the schools, we generally are accompanied by one of the school administrators as well as someone from the maintenance department. And what we find is that the internet connectivity is not consistent. And this affects, for example, testing. Students may begin testing for the smarter balance, etc., and then there's a problem or a challenge, so therefore the students are not able to finish the test, or if they come back the next day. So it's a challenge. So the board is bringing to everyone's attention that we need to address this technological insufficient practice. It needs to be addressed so that testing can be done, so that students can be globally connected to other world factors, current events, lessons, etc. So it is a problem that has to be addressed by the Department of Education. Thank you.
Very well. In closing, Madam Chair, if I may, Commissioner Wells-Hendrington, what's being done in this respect to address this concern or challenge moving forward?
So, Dr. Dion Wells-Hedrington, technology is of a concern. I have partnered with the Bureau of Information Technology and some of their consultants to look at our infrastructure, because we're not seeing the disconnect from the hub side of it. It seems like all our schools have connectivity, but the end users are experiencing up and down challenges, which leads us to dive a little bit deeper. So we're working with a consultant through BIT to assess our infrastructure. When it comes to devices, because we experience such a high volume of damaged and lost resources as a result of COVID, when those devices were given to students, we were back and forth with the third party in approving the purchase of additional technology because of that situation and the fact that those devices were not paid for. So we were lucky, though. In the midst of all of this, we did apply for the Emergency Connectivity Grant, which provides a device for students and staff who were in the system in 2019, and those devices have started to come into the territory. So we're replenishing some of those lost devices to ensure that our students have the opportunity to have a device if we have to move from face-to-face to virtual. That's just one aspect, or just to enhance the instructional experience within the classroom.
Thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I could just add one
The commissioner had asked.
You're jumping. So one of the things we have to look at when we're looking at data is you got to dive a little deeper than the overall perspective of the district. So I want us to look on page 14 of the testimony. And while our numbers do not look good, what the district superintendents have to do is look at the grade levels. You have to look at a particular grade over the course of, let's say you enter third grade in 2020, you're in fourth grade in 2021, you're in fifth grade in 2023, and measure the progress of the students that way. And so what you will see when you're looking at the ELA data, which is something that I've asked my superintendents to look a little deeper in, the 11th graders outscore everybody. So we say that our students are not doing well proficiency-wise all the way from elementary, third grade up to 8th, but then when they get in 11th grade, they're scoring above all the other students. Then you look for those areas where there's no growth. And then what alarms us is when they start to regress. So I just wanted to point that out because we did include a 3-year span so you get an idea of where the data trends were. And that's what the superintendent's office is working with those individual school teams to dive deeper and look for those areas within your campus where you're not seeing any type of growth in a particular domain and use that to drive your school improvement plans.
Thank you, Commissioner. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I hate to sound facetious. If I do, I apologize, but you totally confuse us now because you have brought the numbers to us, and you have brought the breakdown to us. So your superintendents brought the information, broke it down by categories and things, and now you have changed the way we had to look at it. So it totally confused. So if you don't mind, then you could probably clarify it a little. Because you totally confused me.
My intentions are not to confuse you, Senator DeGraff. But on page 13 of the testimony is an overall review of the entire district, meaning you're adding the scores from third grade all the way to 11th, you take the average. When you're looking at data from a school perspective, you got to look at it grade level by grade level. That's all I'm saying. So then we start to look for strengths, we start to look for weaknesses, trends, and things that we need to hone in individually within a particular school that may look different to another school. So we gave you 2 types. We gave you the overview of the district, and then we broke it down by grade level. So I hope that helps. Okay.
Commissioner, one of the hard things is it's very difficult for us to read the graphs.
So I was.
So it has to be attached, separate, and in addition to that, what you're just saying, for me too, I would like it in words, because to read, to hear in a testimony that we are 4.7%, just like Senator DeGraff, I too was confused when you then went to the graph. But it doesn't change the fact that in order to get to 4.7% overall means that a lot of people probably scoring 0 then. Because if you have one school that's really high, that's the school that brought it up to 4.7. Is that correct?
So if you look at the breakdown of the math scores in the St. Thomas St. John district, you're absolutely right. I'll share the numbers with you, Senator.
Okay.
So if we're looking at last year's scores, for example, in math in third grade, the average in the St. Thomas St. John district was 6.3%. Fourth grade, 6.4%. Fifth grade, 6.1%. Sixth grade, 6.7%. Seventh grade, 5%. Eighth grade, 0.9. 0.9, and 11th grade, 4.8%. So when you average that, that's why you get that low score. So it is a problem.
So it is, right.
And so we're not here to say that we don't have issues. We're here to say the time for us to look at data from the top down is over. It has to be from the bottom up. And every school has to dive into their own data and put together strategies to help our children succeed. And that's the shift that we're talking about with the school improvement process, the data dives, and all the things that the superintendent's office has been doing.
Thank you, Commissioner, because that's what I was going to say. Somebody had to have scored 0.
Yes.
So the 0.9% is that at a school. That's very embarrassing.
And in addition, what I'm going to say publicly is, I'm looking at the 2023-2024, the team and I, as baseline. And I'm saying baseline because children were taking this test virtually. We don't know what was happening then. We think that the data may be good, but the data is skewed. The data from last year is accurate. And now this year, with the measures that we've put in place, we should be able to see some growth. So this will be our year of accountability, where we actually measure the success of our schools.
Thank you, Commissioner. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, I would like to ask the Commissioner if she could get her team to send us these, the data that's embedded in the
testimony.
In the testimony, if we could get them sent over to us as soon as possible, because I can't see, I can't read it.
My
so if we could get them
apologies.
attached,
Yes,
I would
them to
appreciate
send
it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As I promised, I'm going to be reading quotes from Black leaders for Black History Month. And I'm going to say this right because I love books. So books are the best device. You don't have to worry about WAPA going out. You don't have to worry about connectivity. You don't have to worry about any of those things. So my quote, and by the way, I visited Statesman Academy in Washington, D.C. It's an elementary school. And they have the children walking in between periods from room to room with a book. They must have a book in their hands. And there's a reason for that. That's where the words are, right? That's where. So the quote is from Oprah Winfrey. And she says, "Books were my pass to personal freedom. I learned to read at age 3 and soon discovered that there was a whole world to conquer that went beyond our farm in Mississippi." What the devices have done that books don't do is that books don't take you to social media to corrupt your minds. And that's my statement. Books take you to faraway places unless you have the wrong kinds of books. And I'm advocating for books. I'm not against devices and all of that. But the most important thing is to have a book. And there are all kinds of books out there that we can read. Senator Joseph, your 5 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. Pleasant good day to everyone. I am totally on board, Commissioner, with what you just stated, that we need to really look down on each specific campus and the administrators as well as the staff need to do their assessment, because each campus is different and how they manage, so that we could look at the grades and go up. I want to take a look at your attendance, because I was able to actually see these numbers because I have it on my screen, so I just zoom in under the items that you have here, which your attachments, which are embedded in your presentation. So I noted you had some color coding, but you know, when you're doing color coding and you're putting in data, you should at least put a legend and say what those colors. For the blue, you have blue. What does the blue mean? And I'm talking specifically about the attendance figure number 7 on page 13. What does the blue mean, and what does the green mean? I know usually green is good, and then you have the gold. Do you have a goal? And I'm guessing that you have a goal that you meet internally, which those colors symbolizes when you meet those goals.
So if I may, the attendance data is kind of aligned to our Smarter Balance data legends. and the blue signifies above average.
Okay, thank you.
And green
That's it.
is on target, yellow needs improvement.
Okay, so we have a lot of yellow.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm getting at, because we needed to be able to totally understand how attendance correlates with achievement. If you're not in school, you can't achieve. And you're having a number of these these schools that are in yellow in the St. Thomas district, where you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with attendance issues that you're saying, Commissioner, is what? Below?
Needs improvement.
Needs improvement. Only one school, and I attended that school. Bertha C. Bushelter is in the blue.
Because they bust.
They're bust.
The whole school.
The whole school is bust.
But what about Eudora Ken High School? Because that is not
30
bust.
seconds.
I'm sorry.
So Ivana Eudora Ken is not fully bust, and our high schoolers, if you look at the data, that needs improvement.
Yes, so we have a long way, Superintendent. What are you doing to address this attendance? Because this is saying based on what is happening in our school, and it correlates to actually learning, and you know that.
The attendance data is at the forefront of our discussions with the principals. And so in the school improvement plans, we've organized our school teams that consist of guidance counselor, attendance counselor. The district even has a truancy officer. And if there is chronic attendance issues, we'll visit the child's home or the parent's job just to encourage parents to make sure that children are coming to school. It's a big discussion that all of us need to have with all of our partnering agencies. We've already had that. But the message needs to be sent to parents that children need to come to school.
That's okay.
Regularly.
So, right. And now I wanted to get from you, thank you so much, Superintendent, because all of this correlates to what we face when we are adults with human beings in the workforce not coming to work and not coming to work on time. So that I'm trying to drill down on the importance to the parents, to our community, the very importance of being to school and sending your children. This is going to go into your child and our community, how we progress and have capacity. If you're not sending your children to school and you're not taking them to school, because you said the one in blue is bust, right? So the parents have to take the children to school. So how are they not taking the children into school? So we need to tighten this up. Madam Chair, I want to conclude, if I may.
Yes, you may, Senator.
Okay, thank you kindly. Now, I also wanted to ask you, Superintendent, relative to those schools, because it's a majority of them are not having, is below, are you looking at having them getting any type of mentoring so that you could support the families and to get the young people to school?
If I could just say that, we have our Student Services Division that also works closely with our school teams, and the attendance is something that we look at very frequently. In terms of interventions, there are schools where the principal is standing at the gate and the same parents are dropping off the same children late daily. So it's not an enforcement thing where we're coming down and hammering. I think the statute also fines parents for not bringing their children to school. That doesn't happen.
So this is an enforcement even. So we have to put in those level of disciplinary measures, okay? Because it cannot be, it's unacceptable that they are still getting away with it without any consequences. Okay, their action, and if they're not doing well and they're not dropping off their students, I also want to get, Madam Chair, the level of who, not the attendance, but rather the tardiness. Okay, because that again translates into the workforce and it affects our employers. Okay, who are depending on human beings to come to work on time and on schedule, and it starts right here in the schools.
So if a child is absent for 3 days, then the attendance counselor will call. If that child is absent for 5 days, the attendance council will call them to come into the school.
What about late, consistent tardiness?
It includes tardiness.
It includes
where you have to
tardiness.
come and meet with the grade level teacher, and then you'd have to meet with the grade level principal. So those meetings are occurring, Senator.
Okay, so we need to get the finite, I need to get it graduated per school, okay? The data per school, so we could see who is not performing and not bringing their children.
And then
Yes.
our basic child study team meets regularly in each school, and they would in turn send the names of those individuals that have been chronically absent to the office of the insular superintendent, and then we intervene and we use our resources to encourage parents to come to get children to school on time.
Well, something is not working, but my time has been called, and Madam Chair, you've been very kind. Yes, because something is not working. Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. I just want to ask quickly on that same subject. One of the things about coming before committees is vague language that I've been noticing a lot. And we need data. You need data. We need data. We all do in order to address problems. So for example, your sentence says, to address this, each school leadership has been tasked with creating attendance teams who make parental contact. Does the team change from year to year?
Only if the personnel changes, that individual,
Okay.
but the
Let
teams are
me ask you this,
established.
is there a set model for the team?
There's a set model for the team. The
can you share
attendance
that?
counselor, guidance counselor, grade level administrator. They make up the team.
And they keep data on attendance and tardiness?
Absolutely.
Okay, Senator Fred Gregory, point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to continue to follow up on that discussion. So, they keep data on the attendance, and what is that relationship between the Department of Education and the Department of Human Services? How are we aligning, the chronic tardiness? For me, it's more so absenteeism. How are we aligning that, and what conversations are we having with the Department of Human Services, and what information is being sent back to you so you can know exactly what's happening with that particular child? I think, I'm certain that it's happening, but I don't know that it's clear in your in your delivery that you're sharing with us today.
I don't think it was shared in the testimony that we wrote, but our Student Services Division, which is comprised of our guidance counselors, our social workers, etc., they in turn would make contact with Human Services, and from that there's a course of action that is taken to be able to address parents so that they know that they need to honor their primary responsibility of getting their children to school on time. Some of the students do have a social worker that's linked from the Department of Human Services also, and so they coordinate and they collaborate, and some of it ends up, as we also have a intervention specialist that goes to court, and some of them might have court cases and other issues going on. So we've tried to bring all those issues in together in one fold, and the basic child study team also assists with that.
Each school has a basic child study team, right?
Yes.
So do you have a snapshot of each respective school and what is occurring with those schools, respective of your chronic absenteeism students? Do you
Yes.
have a snapshot, a document that you could pick up and say, let me see what's going on with school X, school Y, and what's happening with child X, school, child Y?
I can tell you what's happening with the chronically absent and tardy children.
And based on that, because if they're absent and they're still not getting the educational experience, what's happening? What's occurring there? I don't know that you could force it more than you can, because I know there's a process. So we need to. I just want to make sure that we don't leave here thinking that you're not doing the necessary follow-ups, because in some instances it's not necessarily within your control.
Well, Senator, I will say this. There is a process in place for us to be able to address student absenteeism. Obviously, it's not working to the degree that it should be because all of our students are not in school. I think that in our collaboration with some of the partnering agencies, we need to look a little closer to do some things, because the word that I've been using today is encourage. Encourage, our schools encourage, and when it comes to my level, I try to encourage a little harsher, But the truth of the matter is, some of the folks that we have in our community, and the chronic situation, it's a systemic issue. It's a problem in the whole. Every system of that child's life is in need of support, and that's why we try to bring it to the basic child study team to be able to address those concerns with the other partnering agencies. And some of them, the most chronic, have social workers, and the social workers in our schools and the social workers from human services are all intervening. But it is a challenge, Senator, to getting our children
I'm
to
glad, and I brought it up so you could put it out there, because there is this impression that the Department of Education is not doing what it's supposed to do, and this is where we're seeing the test scores. But we have to remember that, you know, if I could teach all I want to teach in a classroom as it relates to reading, if that reinforcement is not happening at home, we could talk about learning loss until if that reinforcement is not happening in that home, then we'll continue to see the challenges. So we have to figure out how to provide
efforts in this area. We've ramped up our efforts, but it's still some other additional supports need to make sure that children come to school on time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to give my colleagues their time to ask questions too. So we're going to go to Senator Johnson and St. Croix. Senator Johnson?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We're doing 10 minutes wrong, right? I think that's what we started off with, so I would like to continue with 10 minutes wrong. Good morning to all. Good afternoon to all, I should say. And I appreciate hearing from especially the board with their candidness as to what they discovered. But I want to stick a little bit on the line of the attendance. Is there something as an attendance officer? Someone who do data?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. You don't want data?
Yes, we do. We have, what you see is a snapshot of our attendance data. And then our district assessment team, as well as our attendance counselors, they pull from Power School the frequent flyers, the students who are tardy multiple days, who are absent multiple days. So the attendance counselor is who at the district level actually makes calls directly to parents to determine what's happening and relays it back to the school.
And when you started, you started off talking about time that parents are allowed to drop off students. I want to find out, all our elementary school them have breakfast, is it right to say that?
Yes.
So what time would normally be the drop off? Because you're
So for schools that start at 8:15, drop off may start around 7:30. For schools that start at 8:30, drop off starts around 7:45. And that includes with breakfast being served as early as 7:30 in the morning. What we find is a lot of parents, because of their work time, they may or may not take part in breakfast. Our schools where we see a lot of students taking part in the breakfast program are our bus riders.
Well, and I was figuring if you're doing breakfast, then these parents should be able to drop these children a little earlier and make it to school too, because I'm hearing you saying that some of the parents are apparently going to work and then coming back. But if there's a breakfast opportunity where these children could come a little earlier, you know, and I sure hope that Human Service could get involved and something needs to be done with this, because I'm listening to this law and last, and I heard the commissioner talk about the 11th graders, how good they're doing. And my look and view of this is the law and last happened with the lower grades who suffer from the pandemic and the hurricane. So I expect those that are in 10 and 11 who's already passed those early childhood schooling shouldn't have an issue with their grades and academic. Are we looking at it from that standpoint? Those younger children who was effective in the pandemic era and the hurricane era, are we looking at it and doing data for those younger students?
Yeah, so when, and like the commissioner said, we look at grade level data year over year. So we look and we see, for example, I already tracked some kindergarten all the way up to 8th grade. We would look at how this kindergarten class did compared to how they are now in 1st grade, compared to how they're moving in 2nd grade. But when we talk about learning loss and we're looking at the student, we have to look at the whole picture. So not only are we looking at the academics, but we're looking at, are they in school? In the St. Croix district, our high schoolers actually have a higher attendance rate. So they are the ones who are coming to school more frequently and are present. Our younger students are not. So what we start to see is that we're preparing them in pre-K, because we have our pre-K program and our pre-K data. And as we track them across, as their attendance or even whatever happens in their learning gaps, we're starting to see where in each cohort there's a specific area that we need to address. So for example, our conversation right now with our 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade administrators is that we're seeing that there's a push in literature, but there's not a push in informational text. And informational text is more of the real world text, reading news articles, technical materials. And so now we're saying we need to push that in terms of the gap for those students.
Now, in your testimony, you guys use 2 terms here. Special education and special needs. Why is there a difference here, and what is the difference?
So I'm not sure why, I guess everyone referred to it differently, but special education is the umbrella, is the program that the students...
You understand your testimony has that.
Yes, I know. So I'm gonna, a student with special needs is a student who takes part in the special education program. So that's what it is.
And Senator, you should use people first language. You should use people first language. So it shouldn't be a special education student, it should be a student with disabilities.
Correct.
Okay, I was kind of confused. I was trying to figure this out. And then I want to ask the Board of Education, how do you go about analyzing these awards for scholarship? What process are you using to award these scholarships?
Dr. Kaiser Colwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education. So the applicants have an application process they must go through, and with that application process, a host of things have to come in the high school transcript. Of course, they need to make sure the application is filled out in entirety, and we look at the high school transcript based on the grade point average or 2.0. After that, the staff in the financial aid department all put them all together. The board will meet and go over each candidate and make the selection accordingly.
And by any chance, you have something for athletic scholarship, students that excel in athletic and curriculum at the same time, where they can get an athletic scholarship?
We don't have specific athletic scholarship in bearing anybody's particular name for a special legislative grant, but once they don't fall in any of those categories, then they get a regular loan and grant, be a part of the loan grant program.
I think my time has been covered, but Commissioner, I really want to ask this question. I really see that you guys put in a lot of e-condition in a lot of the schools. And a lot of vendors have been complaining that their business pretty much coming to a stalemate based on the amount of money that is owed. Can you give me a breakdown of, if you do have it, what's owed, especially in the air-conditioned area, from those folks who supply these material and equipments and are right now in a bad position?
I will allow Mr. Fleming to respond.
Alan Fleming, Chief Operation. Alan Fleming. Alan Fleming, Chief Operation Officer. Senator, we have the data. We'd have to compile it with just the air-conditioned vendors and produce it for the body.
Any kind of estimation that you can give, besides just telling me the data? You have a kind of ballpark figure?
I don't have a ballpark figure at this point, but I could gather the information, and probably before the session I could give that.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah, we'd like that information provided. And going back to what Senator Fred Gregory had asked earlier, and Senator Joseph, about the data with attendance and tardiness and each school, so that we can see. I do want to follow up on something that Senator Johnson said that may be a little, I don't want people to think that if a child is not doing well in the first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, that all of a sudden that child does well in 11th grade. We know that's not true. We know that's not true. And so we need to be clear to the public that that doesn't happen. If it doesn't happen in early childhood, we know how difficult it is for a child to catch up. We know. So I don't want anyone out there to not realize that we need to take care of those kindergartners who are not coming to school, who are not attending, who are tardy. And earlier, I was going to ask, and I think, Dr. Jurgen, you touched on it. And if you had, a few weeks ago, remember there was a kid count report, and everybody went crazy about it. But there was one sentence that was very important in that study for me, because I was always following those studies, and it was about systems thinking. Are you familiar with that concept? You are. We're not doing it in the Virgin Islands, because the fact that human services, when that report came out, and I need to say that, everybody looked to the Department of Education for the answer or the cause of the problem. That's not true. You could go to judiciary branch when it comes to child support cases, divorce, custody. You could go to human services, health, when a child doesn't have treatment for anything in their early. You could go to Office of Gun Violence.
Housing.
You could go to sports, park and recreation. Thank you, housing. Every single department in this government needs to collaborate and come together to address just that absenteeism, because it could be due to domestic violence, it could be due to abuse, it could be to anything. The parent not having a home, they're homeless. So we need to start thinking, and it's something that I am trying to teach myself, because it's a way of thinking that's beyond the surface level thinking and goes to root causes. We talk about root causes. So I want to go to, on that note, I want to go to Senator DeGraff. Who's next? Point
clarification.
Yes, Senator Johnson.
I want to clarify my statement. I think you might have misunderstood and misquoted what I said. What I actually said was the children them that suffered long loss was those in the elementary stage that was affected by the pandemic and the hurricane. And those in the 11th grade now was not in 3rd grade and 4th grade and those things during the pandemic or the hurricane. So I was not saying by no means that children that suffered long loss now is doing good in 11th grade.
No, Senator
Johnson. That in 11th grade today, we're not in 3rd, 4th, or 5th where the learn loss is really affecting in the school districts. And that's basically what I said. I didn't say that those that are in 11th grade had long loss and all of a sudden now they're doing well. No way to that would I say that. Thank you very much.
Senator Johnson, that's not what I'm saying to what you said. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Obviously, what I'm saying is we need to recognize that it starts in early childhood. That's what I was getting at. Not what you were saying. It triggered for me that fact. Thank you. Nothing to do with what you were talking about. So you misunderstood, and we could probably talk about that offline, but it was two different subjects. Two completely different subjects. Senator DeGraff, your turn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. You know, I am that component or that believer of, I don't try to save a future, I want to save all of them. So I'm asking for leniency for those individuals who are in Woodson School fighting. Don't expel them. We have to find some other way to get to these young men. Expulsion is too easy, and we send them out into society and become a nuisance. And parents who are a part of the absenteeism, we got to work with them. Because everybody have circumstances. It's hard out there. Inflation is up 20%. They have to survive. They got to work to provide for their children. Am I making excuses for them? Never, ever. But I'm just saying, let's really work with them hard Because again, what we want to do, send a message out that, hey, you don't bring your child to school, we're going to put you in jail. Nah, let's don't even go that way. So let's try to work with them. The most important thing for me that I heard today is, and I made sure to write it down, improve from the bottom up. The bottom up tells me that we are addressing the individual student. As a society, we provide a government, we provide an education system that we provide in for the individual. You got some people who pay for theirs own and say, hey, we here talking a walk, they're going to pay for theirs. But Dr. Calwood, by law, isn't the Board of Education responsible for the curriculum of education?
We are responsible for approving the curriculum. The department comes up with the proposal to propose to us in terms of what should be included in the curriculum and what it looks like, and then the board approves the curriculum. So right now, we're getting ready to do our evaluation process, where the department will provide to the board in terms of what are some of the things have they implemented, some of the challenges, some of the concerns to the board for any changes that needed to be made with the curriculum. And while we're on that topic, we also getting ready to do our surveys, parents and student surveys directed with the curriculum in terms of Act 8717, which guides the board to do just that. So we're doing that too, simultaneously.
What is your assessment of teacher evaluation and the iReady program?
In terms of the Teacher of iReady program, I don't think we have gotten the information yet to really give you my honest opinion in terms of what is happening with that platform.
The iReady program would be a part of how the curriculum is.
The iReady program is an intervention.
Right.
So when we talk about curriculum, we're talking about the core instruction.
Right.
So we could provide you some more data individually by school, Senator, if that's your desire to look at how our students are doing from the beginning to the middle to the end on the program. And there's a crosswalk between the iReady intervention and the Smarter Balance assessments, which helps them to prepare for the level of questioning and critical thinking that is needed for that particular assessment.
Also, I'd like to see how individual teachers, their students, respond to those programs. Whether it's because of the amount of teachers that we're losing, teachers might be stressed out in terms of maybe how they're delivering, may not be conducive to how that child is learning. So have you evaluated your individual teachers to see how they are performing, how their classes are performing?
So that's where that school improvement process comes in, Senator.
Okay.
In all actuality, it would be relatively impossible for the superintendents to go into every single school and evaluate every teacher. And so we're empowering our school-based leadership to take control. You have to know your teachers, their strengths, their weaknesses. You have to be able to provide a plan for improvement with your instructions and your student outcomes, which is what our schools have done. And what we are doing in addition to that is making sure that it's just not a plan on paper without any funding to help them to execute. So we've aligned some federal funding to help our principals with the implementation of their school improvement plan. But that's done at the school-based level.
Okay, and before I close, two things. One, in November, you mentioned about Jenny Toot School, didn't have a nurse, a counselor, an accountant, a computer teacher, needed cameras, the bathroom needs some work, and I was wondering, when there's maintenance done in schools now, does it come from the budget of the principal, or do you have a set budget for that? And so so those things in regard, and you mentioned about there was a budget cut. If you could tell us where that budget cut was so we could see if it could be addressed. So answer in the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
So the budget cut was in the overall ceiling, Senator, as we prepare for our budget presentations. In regards to the vacancies, we're working right now in establishing the health technicians. In the recent bill that was passed, we're drafting our job descriptions as we speak. And so our goal really is to be able to have a healthcare provider on each of our campuses for the upcoming school year. So that's work in progress. When it comes to Janie Tuitt, in terms of the maintenance of the facilities, Mr. Fleming can expound on that. But it generally follows the same work order system where they report their needs and, based on the funding allocations, the needs are addressed. When it comes to the maintenance of our schools, that's the 5 million that you provided to have for our maintenance staff to do their due diligence to fix those emergency and critical needs in our schools. Mr. Fleming?
Yes, Senator. The maintenance divisions utilize funding from basically three sources right now. We utilize PFA funding, budget allotments for the maintenance division, and also we're utilizing also ARPA funding from the district. So those three sources are what we're using for maintenance at this point.
Thank you. Before I move on to the next senator, I'm going to give a hypothetical to you, Commissioner, and your superintendents, okay? Maurice is 8 years old in 2017 when Irma Maria hits. She's 11 years old in 2020 when the pandemic hits. She's now 15 years old in 2024, attending the St. Croix Central High School. Maurice's father is incarcerated at Golden Grove. Her mother has limited skills and is in a low-paying job. Food stamps supplement their income, but runs out by the middle of the month. And Maurice's grades are low because she's attending a low-performing school. Think about the chances of Maurice in life. So even by the time she was 15, she had already missed from 2017 to 21? Mm-hmm. And she's now in 10th grade. So you tell me how you expect Maurice to succeed in life after. What are we going to do for Maurice right now? She's now in 10th grade. Superintendent Jurgen.
I am so happy you asked that question because it gives us context. It's easy for us to throw around numbers, our children are not reading at this level, whatever. But at the heart of it, there are people in this community that are hurting. And our schools are filled with nurturing people. And they're the ones that's filling the gap. So somebody in a school is going to take the material and make sure that this child has a school skirt. Somebody is going to come and bring a snack for this child every day. There's a teacher that has a washcloth because maybe she doesn't bathe properly. And allow her to clean up herself in the school. Those are the things that happen in our schools every day. But Maurice is still coming to school late. I can allow Maurice to sit in my room during the lunchtime so we could go over the math problem because I noticed she wasn't saying anything. She doesn't look like she understands because she comes late. But
So that's a critical piece of what you just mentioned, Senator, with the systems. And I'm glad you put it out there. Mm-hmm. I recently had that conversation with the governor. We have to sit down and pool our resources together because at the end of the day, it's impacting our families. We have to be very strategic in how we deal with our children because children don't just wake up behavioral issues. There's something at the core. And so part of what we've done, because we've really not been doing well in providing wraparound services to our children within our school system. And we were able to partner with the Department of Health to get some assistance with the behavioral specialists that come to our campuses and just give our students an outlet. When I sit down with the the high school students, and we talk, You know, some of them would mention, you know, we have a lot going on and we just don't have anybody to talk to. And I don't talk to people in the school because they like to call your mother and put your business out there. And so that's real. Our children are dealing with some real life situations that we have to do our due diligence to address not only academics, but the overall well-being of our children. So I appreciate that comment. It's not one that I am taking lightly. I do believe that there are students that we don't know where they are. And I say that because COVID, they were at home and they never showed up for face-to-face. And we really don't have an account of where they are. So there's so many aspects of this work that it's going to require us really collaborating together to meet the needs of our families.
Commissioner, I'm glad you said that it's going to take every single one of us. And we can't put our heads in the sand like ostriches. We have to remember that, what did you say, 10,000 children are in your schools? That's right. Senator Javan James, I don't know if the superintendent and St. Croix wanted to say anything before we go to Senator James.
I did. Good morning, everyone. Senator, I just wanted to say that innately, Maurice is, yes, an example of the students that we do have currently being served in our district. And our educators put a lot, and when I say a lot, into their children. They will put the extra time before school, after school, and during school for these students. I have educators who have reached out to me to ask for additional support just to make sure that there's a working, whether they have to do extra laundry or clothing or feed students, and they will provide Maurice, even at the high school level, with the intervention that is needed and the supports. The counselors will do the same, because counselors at high school track their students and provide that social emotional, whether it's the one-on-one or not, and also try to bring in so that the programs such as Department of Health or even through outside providers, ARC, any of the community providers that provide those social and emotional wellness programs or services, the schools bring them in. But essentially, you're correct, Senator. The Department of Education cannot serve and support Maurice alone. We actually need, beyond parents and agencies, we need the entire communities, including our nonprofits, to join us in building up and creating a strong educational community for our children.
Thank you, Superintendent. Senator Javan James Sr., your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands and happy Black History Month. And to all those young people out there or individuals, regardless of age, continue to make history. And we know right behind Black History Month is Virgin Islands History Month. So we have 2 months as Black people in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Plumbing issues at Woodson. I know at one point there were some plumbing issues at the John H. Woodson Junior High School, and that created an environment or a situation where they had to shut down. I'm assuming that is already dealt with. Can you just give us some insight on what was done to get some corrective actions and to make sure moving forward we don't have a situation of that nature again? Things do happen, but make sure that same issue don't come up time after time with a specific area that got flooded.
Mr. Milligan, can you address?
We have someone on St. Croix was answering.
Right, Mr. Milligan, can you address?
Yes, Commissioner. Good morning, Yancy Milligan, Director of Maintenance, St. Croix. Senator James, yes, corrective measure was done. It was a busted pipe, all wear and tear pipes. That was busted. And placed most of the old pipes, so I guess we're good for another 20 to 30 years, Mr. James.
I like that. And those are the kind of updates we want to hear. And I'm coming from you, I know it has to be a truthful statement that you made. So I'm happy to see that, because I don't want the same issue for that specific issue to reoccur. It just makes us look like we don't know what we're doing, but I'm happy to know that it was corrected. And as far as Central High School, it does seem for some reason the people in the western part of the island, I get it. I don't know if it's the good end of the stick or the bad end of the stick. But when it comes to the low pressure, I know there's some low pressure issue at the Central High School. I know you guys are not into water distribution, but what are the communications as far as those agencies or those individuals who are responsible to get reliable water for our students.
I've been corrected 100%, I must say, from WAPA. So we good right now with water pressure to all our facilities.
And one thing, I'm not sure if I missed it, but if you could just place on the record, everybody was so concerned about the water coming into the homes as far as from WAPA. About when it comes to the testing of the water in our schools, can anybody just give us some insight on what was done as far as EPA with our schools?
Most definitely, as AC Som will do that.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Victor Som III, Assistant Commissioner. We are currently working with EPA Region 2 on a lead testing program in schools. We had a meeting last week, and we are working on a grant to do exactly that. We currently do testing in our schools. We have an environmental specialist. However, he tests for bacteria. We're going to add to that plate testing for lead as well. So it's a work in progress, but we are very hopeful, and EPA is bending over backwards to provide us with the necessary assistance along that line.
And as far as the grant, what's the name of this grant?
It's a part of the WIN grant, W-I-N, and it's specifically for lead testing in schools and school activity areas.
Through the chair, I would like to request that the Department of Education submit that to us. We're not saying that we don't trust you, we just want to be a part of the conversation and some level of transparency to make sure that our students who do not know better, and I repeat, a lot of them do not know better when it comes to our water crisis. I understand that the governor gave some update and he told us to not be alarmed, but when it comes to the students, I want to make sure, because I know when I was growing up, I had individuals who just suck the pipe from the water. This is some weird stuff in school. Hold on. I'm not saying that's the situation with the water coming through the pipes, but I just want to make sure that students ain't gonna just go to the faucet and drink it and do them crazy stuff. You can't stop them from doing it, but I just want to make sure we as a government, we stay on top of that issue. So I'm happy to know that there's a grant, and like I said to the chair, I'd like to request that documentation so we can pay attention to that issue.
30 seconds.
That's why I call you guys the experts. Those are individuals who went to school and they were trained and educated in certain things. So when it comes to the curriculum, the school, the grading system, I don't like to do that thing. I have common sense, and the common sense I want to apply today is our maintenance issues in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Let me stick to St. Croix for a bit though. I know there are some funds, plenty funds coming to this government to deal with our schools. But as far as the money that we have right now, can anybody explain to us how much we have right now to be able to maintain the schools? Local funds, not federal funds, just local funds. So,
Senator, now that we have established the Bureau, we have the $5 million that will be a reoccurring funding for our maintenance division. We have $7.5 million to set up the Bureau. We have about 3.2, I may be off a little bit, about 3 million in excess of PFA funding that the maintenance division is using currently.
Okay, so I know with the federal funds, you have to go through certain processes, and I'm not going to even go there. But I want to make sure when we're utilizing our local funds, to make sure anything we have to do on our end as far as changing the procurement process, whatever it is we have to do to the needle to spend these local funds, I'm just asking the Department of Education to call on us to make sure that we spend those dollars to maintain our schools. I don't know if my time was called, Madam Chair?
Yes, it was just called.
Okay, if I could just conclude.
Yes, one more question. Go right ahead.
I don't want to be like the others. Just joking. I don't want to be like nobody. I am the part of the rules. So with that said, Madam Chair, thank you for the time. God bless the Virgin Islands.
God bless the Virgin Islands. This is a perfect time for me to quote Harriet Tubman.
Okay then.
This one is very deep.
Okay then.
I freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more if only they knew they were slaves.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
We're moving on from that one to Senator Fred Gregory.
Amen. Okay, so I've listened to this conversation, and we talked about systems, and I know actually that much of our challenges are tied to systems, okay? And sometime back in 2010, coming all the way to 2023, the Virgin Islands Virtual Information System was established in the United States Virgin Islands. And there was $2 million that was given to this territory to, in fact, establish this system. And when we look at other states, and I was very much involved in it, and I'm very passionate about this. As a matter of fact, former Senator Saru and myself, we moved legislation, I think in 2020. It was vetoed, we brought it back, and we were able to get it done, I believe, in 2022. If we're going to talk about connecting the dots, and we're going to be earnest in connecting the dots, we have to ensure that the Virgin Islands Virtual Information System is in place. If we are unable to understand how it works, and this is not for education, because when you look at the state of Maryland, the reason why the Virtual Information System is successful, not was, but is successful, is because the chief executive of that state made it a priority. We cannot talk about Vision 2040 plans absent of ensuring that we have the data, that we can follow our children. So going back to the story, and it's good to tell stories so we could all get it, that our chair shared. So if we have a third grade student, and he now goes to the fourth grade, and he's showing signs of behavioral issues, etc., that teacher will be able to go into that system and see those challenges that my colleague just spoke about. I don't know why this is such a heavy lift for us to do here in the territory. We could talk until we turn another color, and until we go home to the Lord, wherever some of us going. Okay? If we do not establish those systems, we can't expect these people that are sitting in front of us today to resolve the issues that we have with our children not being successful. So I just wanted to make sure I put that on the record. I know it took a lot of my time, but I think it's an important component for this discussion today. But let's talk about our English language learners. So I think I heard that in the District of St. Thomas in particular, we now have 1,074 English language learners. Is that correct?
That's correct.
2 minutes. Yeah. So we have 1,074 English language learners.
That's correct.
And how many English language professionals ELL professionals do we have in our schools in this district?
I can get the exact number for you.
Is it sufficient?
It is not sufficient.
So how are we ensuring, because remember, a lot of what we're seeing with our scores, we have to, when we look at the Kids Count data, look at the information, look at the geographics of our children. How are we providing those supports? I know we don't have sufficient teachers. We don't have sufficient supports. How are we providing the support to those English language learners? Because they are an integral part of our school system, and they are contributing. They're part of us. And the numbers that we're seeing in our test scores is revealing.
Senator, because we don't have sufficient teachers, what we've done is engage in training of BSOL and ESOL with our teachers, and that's a regular thing that's occurring. We've also partnered with the University of Turabo in Puerto Rico, so that we have a cohort of Virgin Islanders that are coming out of that program, and they'll be ELL, and they'll filter into our schools.
Stay right there. So I get that. Yes. So that's what you just said about the University of Tirado in Puerto Rico isn't new.
30 seconds.
Are we making sure that we are looking at those teachers who are being provided that opportunity and the advent of their retirement? Are we looking at that? Because we know that we saw that before. And a lot of those teachers that we provided that, that opportunity to are no longer with us.
But
We
Senator-
have to focus on our newer teachers.
I agree with you that we've used some of our CARES Act funding to address some of these areas of deficiencies, such as counseling, librarians, ELL teachers. In addition, we also, the program has changed slightly, and so now we're more focused on push out, pull in program, where we're using it as a resource to the other classes that they still have to take.
Okay, let me ask, Chair Takinsako. I know that do we have a program now with schools that are in need of support? How are we dealing with that? The schools where we are seeing what we just talked about, the test scores, the absenteeism, etc. How are we supporting those principals? And this question is for both superintendents. How are we providing support to those principals and pushing that down to the families, etc.? And I note this is kind of two-part. I need to hear from us because we talk about PTA attendance, and I attended a PTA sometime in the district of St. Croix, and we only had a few parents there. So what are we doing with Parent University? Is that gone forever?
No.
So two-part. So I need you to answer the first part, and then let's talk about Parent University.
Parent University was active up until last school year. We haven't done it this year. We've had some challenges in that area, but we still plan on doing some version of Parent University before the year is out to give parents that support that we know they need. What was the other part?
I will ask the superintendent in St. Croix
Okay.
to give her piece, and then you'll hear what she said, and then you know what it was. Superintendent?
Good morning, Senator. In regard first part of the question around supporting the schools that are in most need of support and identify with with low numbers. What we do is, one, we've provided, as outlined in the testimony, one-on-one coaching for those principals. Two, I do 15-minute check-ins with principals as well as data chats. We do district walkthrough supports. And what we've been pushing for is having the principals really delve into how do they support the teachers, as well as I'm going to be starting through the suggestion of a leadership academy that we are attending is supporting the assistant principals as well. Really the accountability in terms of supporting teachers rests with the school principals, and in those one-on-ones and check-ins, they provide feedback outside of just the usual teacher evaluation system. The district data assessment team provides them with weekly data updates as well, and they have access to a data dashboard for their school. So they are held accountable with making sure that they provide that level of support and intervention to teachers. In regards to the PTA, we have PTAs that are rebuilding and are coming back active. They're not as strong as we would want them to be, but they are growing stronger day by day because they are finding their way around. You know, the common thing is they want better for their children. In regards to Parent University, what we've done differently is we've hosted workshops district-wide around the social emotional aspect, engaging parents in how do you just have a stronger family model. Parent University is not gone, but it is something that we can bring back.
So, if I may, great question, Senator Gregory, and it really boils down to more boots on the ground. And that means more support from the content area specialist, more support for the administrators in how to become effective instructional leaders. I think sometimes we take for granted that all persons are strong instructional leaders when they're not. So providing that additional support to our administrators has been done through the district office, and I too have Leadership Academy because we have to be able to support our people if we're going to see the instructional shift that we need to see. And again, I keep going back to the school improvement plan because that looks different for each campus. And so you have to be able to know the strengths and weaknesses of your teaching population, your educators, and provide personalized plans for them to help them to be successful with our children. So it's a process that will require more boots on the ground. We were able to provide some additional support to those schools that are in the pilot. The Leadership Academy that I have, the consultants are helping us to structure that so that it's more substantive in how do we support struggling schools, especially because this year is the year of accountability. Next year, as the schools will be evaluated on a star system. They're going to be 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star, 5 star. And we all know that when that happens, there's going to be a dire need for us to really have a plan of support in process. But again, it really boils down from the bottom up and knowing where your people's strengths and weaknesses are.
If I could just add, just to
Go
make sure the district is covered. Senator, under No Child Left Behind, the supports came from the outside. ESSA gave us the flexibility to be able to put those supports from the inside so we don't have to go out, right? And so my office has been focused much more. We've ramped up our efforts in monitoring our schools, and we started giving our teachers feedback, but we didn't do that in the presence of the principal. And so now there's a whole loop that every time we go into a classroom, we make it a point before we leave to give that teacher that individual feedback. And then we're coming back to look to see that there's something different occurring. And then our coordinators are working individually with a pocket of teachers, especially that need additional supports. So those are things that are happening every single month, Senator.
Thank you, Dr. Jurgen. I have 2 questions quickly before we go to the next senator. Is Vivis being utilized at all in any way?
So we do use Vivis. Most of my reports are run through Vivis by my PRE director. But like Senator Gregory said, we need to get back on track with Vivis. I know that they're advertising for a director to run that whole system. In the past, the Department of Education was the lead on that. We can't do that. That has to be something that somebody solely is responsible for in order to rally and have all of the supporting agencies come together to look at that particular data. So
I agree.
just like the system is set up in Maryland, I'm assuming Senator Gregory, that's exactly what they're doing now here in the territory.
Yeah, thank you. With regard to when teachers receive training, I know that in the military, if I received a certain number of hours or months of training, I always had to sign an agreement saying that I would stay a little longer. Is there any agreement that's in place where if a teacher receives specialized training that they then have to commit to an additional year, 2 years in the school system?
If it is that they are earning a degree, then there are a certain amount of years that they would have to stay, for example, like 5 years. But if they're receiving supports or professional development in a particular area, like personalized learning, then they just get a certificate that helps them with their certification at the board.
Okay, what's the retention rate of teachers? Let me ask that.
I would have to get the specifics to you. We don't have a high turnover rate per se. What we're seeing now is more retirement because we have about 100 plus people that could retire. But in terms of keeping our newly hired individuals, I think we've been sustaining. Again, the districts have programs that to incentivize. I remember I went through a program when I got my master's. It was through the department. And so we're still doing that with the provision, of course, that they remain with us another 5 years. But again, people burn out because they become overwhelmed. And part of what we have to do is support our people within the classrooms. And that's the shift that I'm talking about, where we start to look individual by individual schools and put together those training modules for those teachers. And then we've purchased a lot of platforms that are available for professional development for any person in the Department of Education that wants to learn about small grouping, that wants to learn about engaging students. Those things are readily available to our employees. And so we've been able to utilize our Power School platform, which is a one-stop shop that would have that portal with the professional development resources, along with other things connected to evaluation and so forth. And so our principals, even when they're evaluating now, would be able to assign courses through the Power School module to our teachers in the professional growth plans that they would need in order to bring up those areas of deficiency. So it's not a lack of resources, Senator. I just think that people need to have more conversations and have more support systems in place at the schools.
Thank you. Senator Gittins, your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good. I was hoping that you speak a little longer so I could keep writing these notes. But, you know, I noted earlier that you said you wanted the committee to really focus on curriculum and instruction. However, today's agenda gives us a little more than that we actually want to know about some specific schools
Senator
other matters.
Senator Gittins, just to clarify, I didn't want the commissioner to address building construction, the new buildings, as opposed to what you're talking about, which is the learning environment that the children are in now. That's different. Yeah, it was building construction, which is for Senator Potter's committee. So just let me clarify that.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Understood. I just want, for those viewing and listening, they might have heard that and say, well, why are he asking about contracts now? Because that's where I'm going. A number of colleagues went in the direction of the curriculum and instruction, and I just want to say that I'm going a little bit towards the contracts, because I'm looking at accountability with our monies and actually following the monies. And, you know, earlier in the school year, we had a well-organized student protest at the educational complex. And again, I applaud those students in the manner in which they took that on. And that made me look into a couple of things that I am truly concerned about. Because while I have fairly good confidence in the leadership of the education department, I don't have the same confidence with our contractors and the process that I'm seeing with the contractors. Because I wanted to ask, who evaluates contracts on behalf of the Department of Education? Quickly.
Department of Property and Procurement.
And whenever there's POs, that goes through the Department of Property and Procurement as well?
Yeah, it depends on the threshold. Thank you, Senator Gregory. Yes, purchase orders go through the Department of Property and Procurement as well.
Okay. Are you familiar with custom builders?
Yes, sir.
Are they still contracted to do work with the Department of Education?
They are contracted to complete the Gladys Abraham site in St. Thomas, and they were contracted to do the complex air-conditioned installations.
Everything that they were contracted to do on St. Croix at complex were completed 100%?
I would have to ask Mr. Fleming to respond.
Good afternoon, Senator. They are substantially completed with the work that they have right now. They're in the closeout process along with our engineer.
Short answer is no. Short answer is no.
The answer is substantially completed. I mean, they're pretty much, we're doing paperwork to close out the contract right now.
Mr. Fleming, the short answer is no. Thank you. See, I don't have time for this. And this really frustrates me when I'm looking at things like this where I'm seeing for the removal and replacement of an existing 36-inch door that we're paying in excess of $4,000 to remove and replace one door. Why is this? $4,553. Then also to replace or to remove remove and replace and install a ceiling fan at $18,000. Why are we seeing these types of things? I had to go to the Home Depot site just to do a quick thing to see what doors cost and whatnot, and a metal entrance door with lock and frame is $738.
30 seconds.
And a solid composite interior door is $338. Why are we spending this type of monies for replacement of existing 36-inch doors?
Senator, we're looking at the difference between residential doors and commercial doors and hardware. There's a difference in.
I understand that. It still don't take me $4,000. Still don't take me $4,000. I brought this up because I requested this information in a prior hearing, and I still have not gotten the information regarding this.
Time.
Let me ask you, all the AC units at Complex are installed and operational?
Under that contract you're speaking about, Senator?
Yes.
Mr. Fleming?
Senator, repeat the question. I think I missed something.
All the ACs installed. Custom buildings.
Senator, as far as my information, yes. And just to answer the question on the doors too, we're looking at removal and replacement. So you're taking out the door and the frame and also replacing. When you replace commercial doors, you tend to replace the frame, so the frame is an integral part of the door. And it's not something that you could get an off-the-shelf door and place into an existing frame. They're usually specific to the frame.
No, we don't get away with a lot of things, and that's why we're able to do things that people ain't watching. Because next thing is I'm seeing that for and I beg your indulgence, Madam Chair, because I lost my way here, to troubleshoot an existing AC, a 30-ton AC unit, to troubleshoot it, cost us $43,000. The same unit we're talking about now, to replace it, cost us an additional $43,900. What's really going on? Man, if we had some good investigators, I'd just send them right down in you guys' shop now. Because this is just totally ridiculous. I am going to close out by asking and by stating that the process just seemingly also takes too long, because I'm concerned with, I think the federal government gave us about 6 months till September 2024 to be able to obligate certain projects to get this 2% match, or else we out. So I wanted to ask the Department of Education, what projects do you all have that will fall under this?
Which particular funding, Senator? Are you talking about the disaster or are you talking about ARPA?
I'm not sure which one gives us, I'm saying I do remember the federal government telling us we have X amount of time to obligate projects to get that 2%. I'm not sure which one of the funding it is, but I'm asking you, what projects do we have that will fall under this category?
So that's kind of tricky for me to answer at this point without knowing which type of funding you're speaking about. What I can talk to you about with ARPA is that we have to have that funding encumbered by September 30th for some of the projects that we're working on. When it comes to the obligation connected to the FEMA funding, I would have to get back to you in terms of the deadline that you're speaking about. So if you give me more context, I could give you a better answer, but right now for the ARPA funding, it's September 30th.
And, okay, thank you, Madam Chair, but let's just know also that all the AC units and whatnot are not operable at the complex. You still have at the C-Tech side upstairs where there's a newly installed AC unit that's still not working. And I'm looking at these POs that are completely paid and saying that they're 100% completed, and still we have all these problems at the complex. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Senator Gittins. Point of information, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on the previous speaker's discussion relative to the cost of replacing doors, Mr. Fleming, is there any type of standard that these doors and frame must meet in the schools to warrant those increasing costs compared to your regular, say, even our building doors here? Because I'm thinking that the schools have a specific standards based on U.S. Department of Education. Are there any or not?
Senator, the doors in commercial establishment or commercial buildings have to follow the national codes, which is the commercial building codes. Right. So there are codes that they have to follow, and it would also include your fire codes too. Mm-hmm. That's some of the reasons why these products are that expensive, and they're not stuff that's on the shelf here on the island. Mm-hmm. Usually they have to be ordered. So we have to take all of that into consideration along with the removal and the replacement.
So if I may add to that, when we put out a project to bid, there's an engineering estimate that is presented with every response for proposal. Once a vendor or contractor submits their proposal, there's a panel that does a review. If it is a situation where the panel feels that this person is non-responsive, whether their bid is more than the estimate or whatever, then that's tossed out. And so it's a process that is conducted through the Department of Property and Procurement and goes through that vetting process. So Senator Gittins, you put out a lot of information that, I'm going to go back and look at myself. But it's very hard for us to respond to things that we don't have the information directly in front of us. But I will definitely look at that. And I do concur that we have some issues with vendors being responsive. We've talked about that and what the department needs to do moving forward with projects that seem stagnant. And of course, we have to do our due diligence to monitor our projects to make sure that they are fully completed before we issue that final payment. So your points are duly noted.
Thank you, Commissioner. Our next quote is an African proverb. Not to know is bad. Not to wish to know is worse. African proverb. Senator Gittins. So Senator Gittins wish to know more. See, it works for him. Senator Gittins, go right ahead.
I apologize. You know, I just went blank. Totally blank.
It's okay.
I'll get back to you. My apologies.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Sometimes that happens to me too. It's our disease called AGE, right? It happens to me. Commissioner Hedrington, I'm sure it will trigger his question.
But it's a clarity to him.
Okay.
I did reach out to the project engineer who has oversight over the customs builders project, and he indicated that we're waiting on a 30-ton air handler for that work to be completed with that air condition installation at complex. There still has to be some electrical lines installed and some other issues corrected, so it's not completed. His estimated time of completion is July 22nd, 2024.
Senator Gittins? Oh, you're good for now? Okay. We're going to move on to Senator Capehart. I recognize you for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. To the people of the Virgin Islands, first I want to publicly say my condolences to the family and friends of Ms. Picharo, who was laid to rest today. Just wanted to say that publicly. It's hard when we see advocates in our community laid to rest and the things that they've advocated for in this territory. I just want to also commend the Virgin Islands Education Department for giving us, this committee on education and workforce development, the opportunity to do a school tour last Friday. We were not able to see all the schools that need help, like the Paul B. Larson School. We didn't have an opportunity. But I'm going to say, Commissioner, I know you have a team that works diligently to help with these problems, but I'm going to ask some of the principals that they also take that responsibility, as the commissioners and maintenance individuals don't always know about the problems at your school. And you are the ones that should be doing all the walkthroughs and then reporting that, you know, these are the problems. Because when we did that tour, a lot of things that maintenance didn't know, and they found out that day. So I know it's a lot of responsibility being a principal, but designate individuals to do daily walkthroughs to identify these problems. Low-hanging fruits like soap in the restrooms, power washing these restrooms. You know, simple soap, water, and paint can help. So I just wanted to say that these low-hanging fruits for our children to have a safe and clean bathroom environment is very important for a learning and conducive environment. You know, the senator to my left, Senator Francis, and I were talking about truancy, and it had me to believe, like, oh, I remember truancy. I was trying to address that in the 30th. I had a bill request. The senator also talked about legislation, but I wanted to find out from the Virgin Islands Department of Education, do you employ a truant officer in your schools, in each school?
Superintendent
Good
Herman.
morning, Senator. Dr. Herman, St. Croix District. Unfortunately, we were unable to hire a truancy officer through the St. Croix district, as that has to be conducted through VIPD.
Okay. What about the attendance counselors? Are they like the same, they do the same duties?
So in the St. Croix district, we do have attendance counselors. Our attendance counselors are assigned probably 2 to 3 schools, and they actually contact parents. I know of them where they go out to homes to see, what's happening, or trying to reach parents to intervene directly.
So would you say that you would need to ask this body for more funding for these truant officers, attendance counselors? Because I think, addressing that whole truancy is very important, and not wanting to cut yourself short where you're overwhelming individuals to work for these schools. But one of my questions, as I see testimony from one of the environmental services. How many schools presently in the territory that an indoor air quality cleaning and remediation is being done in their schools? Can you tell me for mold remediation? Can you tell me how many schools in the territory have to have mold remediation?
2 minutes. I would allow Mr. Charlemagne to answer that.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator. Davidson Charlemagne, Territorial Facilities Manager. We do a mold testing throughout all the facilities, not just one, all
schools.
All schools and all buildings that belongs to the Department of Education. Right now, we just recently did one for all of our schools. We're waiting for the results. There's the air quality. Air quality meaning is not necessarily mold until the results comes back, and then we'll do, if it does indicate there has some type of mold levels, we will have a remediation done. But right now, the company that's doing it, who won that contract, is Fast Track. Fast Track is that company, and we're just waiting for the results now for the balance of the schools.
So you're saying all schools have this indoor quality air testing done? And it's provided based on, they have recommendations, correct? Some are high recommendations, low recommendations. Would you say like 80% of your school have challenges with mold, or just kind of give me an idea? Because as these schools are aging out and we're building new schools, we need to think when we're building, how can we be able to minimize these potential impacts of mold?
Well, 30 seconds. What I would say, the mold in the Virgin Islands, a lot of it is with our leaking roofs. With those leaking roofs, you'll definitely have moisture building, and then from the moisture you have mildew, then mold. How do we mitigate it? We try our best in the maintenance department in patching and sealing those roofs, and try to treat them every 2 years. If it's, if it's hypolan, if it's abalone, depends what it is, we will treat it. Again, mold is something we live throughout. Everywhere we go, we have mold, but it's the level of mold that becomes the concern. Throughout the schools, you won't have your whole school might have mold, but you'll have areas, you'll have a classroom or 2 classrooms, or, it's not the whole school. And what causes this is because some type of breach, like I said, a leak in the roof, condensation, especially you have those modulars.
Which would equate to maintenance, correct?
That's correct. But again, we have some schools that are built in swamp areas that we experience even water coming out, the table goes up, water comes through the tiles. There's so many different situations besides just maintenance, because there's a lot of different issues with the structure just as well. Besides the leaks, like I said, John H. Woodson is in a flood zone. Alfredo Andrews, we have a serious problem with water levels coming up when that table goes high. And throughout the structure, we get the damage. Sometimes it's within the walls, and then it comes out down the road. Sheetrock the same way, just like the modulars. The modulars, it's not even a leak, it's not even a maintenance issue, it's trying to keep the temperature a steady temperature. And living in the Virgin Islands, you have heat and cold, a hot and cold system that causes the system to sweat. And when it sweats, it leaks down into the fiberglass that's in the wall, and then after a while it soaks, and then you have the mildew, from the mildew to the mold, from inside out. And what we will see is when it done reaches the level when it's outside, then it becomes a very, serious situation. And then we have to actually skull out those units, totally skull it out and rebuild the paneling. So it's different issues, different, circumstances. But yes, we do experience mold and we do try to attack it. But just remember, mold remediation is a very expensive. You should know. Yeah, you've been in that department. Yeah. So we've been on top of it. Millions of dollars have been put into mold remediation already in the Virgin Islands in St. Croix within the past 2 years.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if I may just conclude with one simple question, and is this for Dr. Holman. Where does the Virgin Islands rank in literacy as it relates to the national average?
So I would have to get that number for you, Senator, and the only reason is because our Smarter Balance testing is actually a consortium of states, not all states. So we would actually have to look at that and see where we rank based on our consortium that we test within and get that to you.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Senator Novell Francis, I am acknowledging you for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. I want to thank the Department of Education, Board of Education, and all in respect to the testimony that you have put on the record thus far today. And just to really say that we spent a lot of time talking about the state of our school and very little time about the state of literacy in our schools. And I think that it's so critical that we start to focus on those interventional programs that's required to minimize what we're seeing with the school to prison pipeline and breaking that school to prison pipeline and all of the fallout that we're seeing consequential to that. So I'm hoping that at some point we could really hone in on the state of literacy in our schools. In respect to truancy, I know that we have had a number of conversations this morning about truancy. I just want to remind those that may be unaware of it that we do have Act 8530, and that in fact those that's unfamiliar with that should be able to catch up on Act 8530, which really speaks to parental responsibility as well as it pertains to truancy. I know from past reporting, we had gotten some information from our schools in regards, from the Department of Education in regards to kindergarten, was where we are seeing a lot of our truancy. Is that still our current situation, or have we seen an improvement there? And if someone could just speak to where we're seeing our truancy trended at this time.
Dr. Herman, for district. In our district, yes, Senator, our early grades, kindergarten, first and second grade, are our lowest in terms of truancy, tardiness, and absenteeism.
Okay, is that the same in St. Thomas and John District, Dr. Yergin?
That's correct, Senator.
Very well. And again, when we talk about truancy, I wanted to ask whether or not, because the Department of Education and perhaps even the Department of Human Services, as I've sat here today, I was wondering if have there been is the largest departments with government employees. Have we been able to do a survey within those areas, Department of Education and Department of Human Services, and just ask, based on that survey, what is the truancy issue, or where are we seeing the difficulties in being able to get our students to school on time?
Senator, in the testimony, I did say that in the St. Croix district in March, we will issue a parent survey asking those questions and trying to gauge, probably even hosting a couple focus groups with kindergarten, first grade, and then looking at our 5th and 6th grade parents as well, because even though they ride the bus, they're also lower in percentage.
So what I was trying to encourage is that right there in Department of Education, we're able to then develop scientific evaluation based on what the numbers are. In terms of just Department of Education or even Human Services, and then we could determine as a government-wide, whether we're seeing within the school. So that's just a suggestion I'm making there in respect to that. Can anyone tell me, what is your perspective, or what is the takeaway in regards to the kids count? both from the Board of Education as well as the Department of Education. Has there been any information gleaned? Have there been any tabletop discussion in respect to the results of the kids count? Commissioner?
2 minutes. On behalf of the department, a lot of the information we were already aware of. The department worked with Kids Count to put the data together, and it just revealed what we've been speaking about all morning, afternoon hours, Senator, that the department has a lot of work to do, but we have made some steps and have put some systems in place for better monitoring of our students, for better tracking of our data, and putting back the ownership onto the school-based teams to put together plans to fill those learning gaps. Again, we felt that a lot of the onus was being placed on the district, and the district has no knowledge in depth of every school, and so the principal and his or her team have put together their school improvement plans, and what we've ensured is that there's funding available that aligns to their plans so that they will be able to execute it. But not just that, they've set measurable targets that we now have a system of evaluation on whether you were able to meet your goal, and if you were not able to meet your goal, what steps are you taking to remedy that so that we can have the success moving forward. So the accountability is there, and it's already in place, as well as systems of support. And again, the most critical area, Senator, are the pre-K to third grade area. If we're able to get our students reading on grade level by third grade, statistics show, research shows that our children will be successful. So we've honed in on those early childhood grade levels, and that's where you hear the science of reading, the science of math training, so that we make sure that our people who are in the trenches are equipped to execute the work that we have placed before them. Time.
Very well. Can I ask for the Board of, Madam Chair, can you have the Board of Ed also weigh in on that real quickly, please?
Sure, Senator.
Thank you, Dr. Colward. The board has had a conversation with the St. Croix Foundation that generates to come up with the Kids Count report. We have had discussions. A lot of the information as shared in the Kids Count, we have been working with the National School Boards Association to implement a lot of the changes to ensure we have equitable practices within our policies and our procedures at the Virgin Islands Board of Education. So we are ready futuristically making those changes. Some of those changes include doing the surveys now. The survey, not because the Act 8717 said we had to do surveys. That's something that we always had a part of our fabric. Another thing in our school management accountability report to include the perceptions of students in terms of how they feel education is running and what is going on. So we have been working based on conversation we have had with the Kids Count, St. Croix Foundation, National School Board Association, and others to come up with the template of excellence that the board is utilizing moving forward.
Thank you very much for that. And Madam Chair, if you would just allow for the Department of Education to just respond in your time in regards to the special education school buses. What's the status and state of those school buses, as well as if there have been any repair done to the John Woodson roof? I'll appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator.
Superintendent Herman, can you respond?
Sure. Good morning, Senator. Again, our special education school buses are running. There is consistent maintenance with any vehicle where as a tire goes down, we have to replace a tire. We recently replaced on, I believe, 2 to 3 buses, a part of the system for opening the doors, so that we had to bring those back up. So they are running. I know today there was one bus that needed to get fuel, so we made sure that we were able to give them gas coupons, but the special education buses are running. As they need repairs, we repair them. In regards to the John H. Woodson roof work, I'll hand it over to Mr. Milligan, Charlemagne, or Fleming.
Again, good afternoon, Senator. Which roof we're speaking about specifically?
John Woodson.
Yeah, but which part of John Woodson? Just the roof in general? Okay, well, because there's certain parts that have been repaired before. The only issue we have now is a reissuance that was done about maybe 4 years ago over the stage, whereas that is being now sent to engineering to be, I guess, assessed, because we had, I think, DVD Construction had a repair like 4 years ago. It's not like it's in a, I would say it's in a kind of crease type of form, like it's on the stage, and in the roof it's a valley. It's in a valley, and for some reason after the heavy rains again, we have been incurring this water damage again from that roof. So right now, that's going to be now sent to engineering to so that we can have it done on a higher professional level than how it was done before.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Johnson, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. I had something I wanted to ask you, and it just dawned on me with this kitchen equipment. One contractor was awarded all 5 kitchen. However, during the tour, we saw some dates, 2019, for some of these equipment, dating back to 2019. My question is, where are we as far as, is there a warranty still on these equipment? Because they've been sitting in our possession for so long. And also, what kind of time frame this company have to complete installing these kitchen equipment? Because a lot of stuff we're doing, we're not having starting time and completion time. So I'd like to know if we have a time frame as to when it's going to be completed, and if we are still under a warranty with these equipment, because the biggest fear is these equipment being installed, there's no warranty, and then now the burden fall right back on this government. So anybody that could answer that, I'd appreciate it.
So, Senator, I will have to check on the warranty for you. I'll get that to you before we end. DVD's contract, I believe, expires in May of this year. Those kitchens are to be completed. I do have some concerns, as I have expressed to you guys when we toured, and I am following up on some of those concerns as well.
I want to be right. You said all 5 kitchens supposed to be completed by May, like this May?
Like this May.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Sure, Senator. I want to follow up on the, since we're talking a little bit about maintenance in these past few minutes. On page 7, you said Springline Architects are assessing the modernization needs of complex and CTEC and revealing severe roofing issues necessitating a complete roof replacement for that facility. Is there any timeline for when that will be done?
No, that's based on the obligation, so that's something totally different to the general maintenance that we would need to do on that facility. But again, it was very revealing for us because exterior-wise and looking at it, you wouldn't think that the entire roof would need to be replaced. But based on their assessment, they're recommending that. So that will be done through the disaster funding. In the interim, however, the department has to come up with a plan on how we're going to address those areas that have the severe leaks. And so the team will be working on that scope of work so that we could address those as they come.
Yeah, that's one of the things, Commissioner, that's where I really want to focus on the now, as opposed to the new construction that would fall under, again, Senator Potter's committee, because children are learning now, and they're in buildings now. And so those needs, in terms of making sure that the learning environment is safe and secure and adequate, is where the focus is in this committee.
So if I may, Senator, just to clarify one point, in addition to the roofing leaks that we have at Complex and the CTEC area, we also have the copper pipes. And so what the team has been doing is replacing the copper pipes as they burst, and we're going to have to continue to do that until the modernization begins. So we are ready and we are well able, because we have done it before, to do the installation of the PVC piping in those areas that become an issue on those campuses.
Thank you. I want to welcome Senator Alma Francis Heiliger to the meeting. Thank you for attending. And the next quote is, "Education is a passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today." Malcolm X, Senate. And that leads us to Senator Potter. Your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The quote that you gave today that really resonated with me is, I think you said, "Not to know is bad, not to wish to know is worse."
Yes.
Yeah, that's
right.
a very profound
Yeah, that's an
statement.
African proverb. That was the one right before Senator Gittins, because he wanted to know.
Yes. But I wanted to really say good afternoon to the educational leadership of the United States Virgin Islands who are here with us today. Madam Chair, thank you for the story that you gave regarding young Maurice navigating her way through life and navigating her way through the educational process. And although it was fictitious, I don't think it is far removed from what many of our young people in this community are experiencing. So it is critical that we get a handle on the issue of learning loss in our territory and how it is impacting our young people. And the Department of Education is just one part of finding a remedy for these challenges. But I wanted to ask you regarding, I know you're putting it on the school, and this isn't a negative in any way, the school improvement teams, the school improvement plans to sort of develop individualized strategies for fixing or bridging the learning gaps in the schools. And I just have, and I know you've mentioned it before, Commissioner, I just have a concern with just the whole idea of the randomness that children are going to be dealing with, as far as if you are fortunate enough to go to one of those 5-star schools, and you say you're going to be going to a star rating at some point, versus a 2-star school that may not be as equipped with the talent, the talented educational leader, the principal of the school, or teachers who are as invested or as informed, have the training. I mean, are we going to be faced with, I know if I was a student, a parent in the system right now, my child was going to be going to a 5-star school. I would really be hustling to make sure that they get the best education possible. So do you have, how do we address that? Shoring up those, and you briefly mentioned it today, shoring up those schools that do not have the same level of talent, the educational leaders have the challenges with the infrastructure that's maybe impacting learning. How do you bring equity and balance to that to ensure that it's just not individuals at one school, a high-performance school, those kids are, much more likely to have a better outcome than the other schools?
So one of the things, Senator, very good question. When we're looking at the accountability model for the schools in terms of evaluating their success, we're not looking just at the smarter balance data. It's more data points that we're looking at, attendance, we're looking at growth. Because not because a child may not be proficient in a year, doesn't mean that the child hasn't had substantial growth. So there are several indicators that we will be looking at. But in reference to building the capacity within our schools, that's where we're talking about that targeted support. If a teacher is struggling, for example, with engaging students, we can't just assume that the teacher go watch a podcast and know how to engage students. You actually have to set up professional learning communities. You have to do modeling and coaching, and that is very difficult when it comes from top down. And Dr. Jorgen and his team are not going to be able to service all the teachers in his district, nor will Dr. Herman. And so having the schools look at the data more closely, look at those areas where the school might holistically need to have professional development, put it in place, put that targeted support in place, and still have his support at the district, my support at the commissioner's level, but really creating individual school plans rather than doing it holistically and missing people in between.
Okay, thank you for that, Commissioner. Regarding, to me, in 2024, reliable internet connectivity in 2024 is just as fundamental to student learning as the slate and the chalk was back in the early days. I mean, it's just the way education is right now, technology, internet connectivity is basic. And Commissioner, you're still struggling. I'm not blaming you, but we are still struggling to have reliable internet connectivity in our schools. Parts of the schools may have it, parts may not. You have teachers who, if I may, Madam Chair, just...
Yes, sir.
I've heard teachers who have informed me that they are bringing their devices to school because we have invested teachers. And if it is a way of ensuring that their children are online for a special project or whatever, they will bring their tools and devices to school. How can we fix once and for all this whole issue of reliable internet connectivity throughout our schools? And I know you've contracted with some contractors.
We've done some partnerships with the Bureau of Information Technologies, reaching out for their assistance in really doing a complete assessment of our infrastructure. As I mentioned earlier today, my IT guys looking at the hub may see that a school is up when the school is saying, no, the internet is sporadic. So there's definitely a disconnect there in the way that the system is reading from the hub to the individual sites. And so VIA is our provider, and we have had some conversations. What VIA asked us to do is to survey, and we've surveyed all of our schools, not some, and they've identified, different areas where they may have outages versus other areas will be in full capacity. That helps to narrow down, and I'm able to share that data with my team as well as the BIT team to see how we could fix this thing. This is a long-standing issue.
It is.
And it's not for lack of equipment, because we have purchased equipment. I'm still troubleshooting that, Senator, to be quite honest.
Okay. Final question, Madam Chair, and it's for the Board of Education, Dr. Colwood. I wanted to ask you what specific role the Board of Education plays with respect to learning loss. That's a huge thing here in our territory. What specific role do you play with working with the Department of Education to ensure that we have a fix in addressing the issue of learning loss? Is there a conversation that you guys have on this issue?
Well, thank you for that, Dr. Colwood. So the Board of Education plays a pivotal role in several ways. We play a pivotal role in terms of the development of policies and procedures. We also play a pivotal role in terms of the outside looking in approach in terms of what the department is doing to give the department an accurate record from when we go into the different site visit of the different concerns, the different challenges, looking at the data that's presented to us, provided to us, and and what that looks like to share with the department of stuff, the things that they can correct. Of course, the commissioner in charge of the whole thing is not going to see every single thing that's happening and every single time. The superintendents for both districts would not either. But the Board of Education, providing them that report, providing the legislature, the governor, and others these reports, help them to understand in terms of the assessment that we take that what's happening in the school system is serious and what the changes are required to actually take the reins and pull people back in of corrective measures they have to put in place. So the Board of Education plays that pivotal role providing the information. The information that we're given is not to chastise anybody, but from outside looking in, this is what we're seeing. And now it's for the owners in the department to show us inside looking out, this is what we're doing to correct many of those challenges.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carwood. Thank you very much for the leeway, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Marian Wright Edelman says, education remains one of the Black community's most enduring values. It is sustained by the belief that freedom and education go hand in hand, that learning and training are essential to economic quality and independence. And so we will now go to Senator Frances Heiliger for her 5 minutes. Welcome.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory and to the testifiers. Dr. Callwood, in regards to the Board of Education, do you believe that you guys maximize the power vested in you as a board across when it comes to education and making sure that policies, mandates, and various things are implemented for the betterment of the children of this territory?
I think it's always room for improvement. I wouldn't say that all the powers that invested in the board that we maximize. It's always room for improvement. And of course, it depends on a collective body. Of course, we're missing a 9 members. So right now, we're struggling with 8 members trying to do every committee work, every single thing. So we need an additional body. And then, of course, many years ago, the board relinquished its role in terms of grant funding in the territory. In terms of, in order for the department to spend anything, the board is supposed to make some of those approvals. So we have to weave our way back into that process. And of course, they have relinquished that because they don't have the manpower. The individuals needing the staff to monitor the grant funding and what's happening in the department in terms of spending plans, budgetary revisions, those things.
So basically, that elected position should have gotten adequate funding so it could do their job to the best of their ability.
Exactly, to staff and show up the staff of the board, yes.
Okay, not to know is bad, but not to wish to know is worse. But what happens when you do know and you still don't do anything about it? What about that? And the reason why I ask that is because every time I come to these education meetings, and I keep hearing the narrative that it's because of the hurricanes and COVID why our children are doing so ridiculously bad at such low numbers. But did anybody bother to go look at the data to see what those numbers were before the hurricanes?
Yes, Senator.
Well, share with me, because I went on your, the Vivis, and I looked at the data. 2014 to 2015 in math, our children were 75% below basic. That was even before the hurricanes and even before COVID. So right now, between last year and I think they're at 79 and prior before that, according to your information, what, 77 or something like that? So you're telling me from 2014 to 15, they were so below. But we're still sitting here and blaming COVID and the hurricanes for this when those numbers already existed. So, see, that's my concern, because we keep pushing this narrative, but what are we really doing to fix the problem? Because it already existed. It didn't happen because of COVID. It didn't happen. As a matter of fact, if you look at the data, our children actually improved right after the hurricane numbers, because I looked at 2018 to 2019 in math, they were below basic was at 67%.
1 minute, 30
They
seconds.
actually did better right after the hurricane. And that's your data. So when I keep hearing this narrative, I'm concerned because it's starting to make me feel that it's easier for us to make excuses than for us to pinpoint the problem and start attacking it so our children would get from these dismal numbers. That's my concern, because stop and think about it. This is our future. I'm 50 years old. These are the children that are going to somehow graduate below basic to set up my future and make sure I am taken care of. You think I am happy about that? I mean, I'm not. I want our children to be better. But we have to tackle the issues and stop pushing a narrative that is not reality. These numbers were low before the hurricane and COVID. Reading comprehension, 2014 to 2015, our children was 57% below basic.
30 seconds.
This didn't happen because of that. It already existed. And until we start to accept those realities, we're going to keep having the same problem. And I do agree that our children are dealing with a lot. When you have to listen to these King County reports of 33% poverty for our children, that is 1/3 of our children in this territory are living in poverty. That don't mean just them. Their parents are living in poverty because it now trickles down to them. 1/3 of our population. So what do you think gonna happen to those children coming to school? Half of them either hungry, they can't get their clothes washed like the young lady was saying. Teachers are going the extra mile just to make them feel okay. A child coming to school dirty, you think they ain't gonna get teased? You don't think that's gonna affect their mind? Look at the criminal element. We have so many young men getting murdered. You don't think they have younger brothers and sisters at home knowing that their brother and sister gone?
Time.
You don't think all of those things mentally affect these children? Our children are dealing with so much in this territory. But until we start tackling those issues, these numbers are going to stay dismal. We have to attack their mental wellness. We have to attack the poverty aspect of it. We have to attack education across the board. And I agree when y'all said there has to be a holistic approach to this. But at the end of the day, if we're not even looking at the facts and pretending it's something else, we are not going to get any place to make sure our children have a better future. So that is my thoughts on this today. But I heard my time is up. So thank you, Madam Chair, for indulging me a little bit additional time.
So if sure, Senator Francis Heiliger, do you want to respond? Because it's leading right into my 5 minutes, which is amazing that she hit the nail on the head.
No, she did.
She hit the nail on the head.
And by no means is anyone trying to pretend. What we are saying is that because of those areas, we decreased even more. But you're absolutely right. When the Department of Education made the shift in the assessment that was being used from the ITBS, which was more straightforward, to the Smarter Balance assessment, which required more critical thinking, it shifted the performance of the territory. You could go back and look. It required us changing the way that we instruct our students, the way that we ask questions. It was a complete shift to meet the Common Core state standards. And so we've been struggling. We own that. We own that. If you ask a student a question, a mathematics question, straightforward, they can do it. But you put it into a word problem, they struggle because, again, literacy is still low. So I concur and I hear your passion, Senator Heiliger, and trust me, we're not brushing it under the rug. What we've said is that we have to look at the data more in depth, school by school, and that means drilling down. I remember looking at the ITBS, not the ITBS, the I-Ready data with the consultants, and we looked historically at a teacher who had no growth. And that no growth wasn't for this year. We went back the previous year and it was no growth again. We went back, and so the question to the principal was, how are we dealing with this? How are we helping this teacher who obviously is struggling somewhere to build up his or her skills? So I hear you, we right with you on that, and there's no sugarcoating, the data speaks, and I am not afraid to share the data. It is what it is, and we now have to build from where we are, and that requires from the ground up. It can't be like this, because then we're not going to meet the needs, individual needs of our educators and support them in the work that they're doing. And yes, our educators are overwhelmed. Yes, they go the extra mile, but they also need our support, and that's where this gentleman and Dr. Herman come in to make sure that the district is going into the schools to support the teachers who are in the trenches. So your point is well taken, Senator.
Thank you, Commissioner. My 5 minutes. I was actually going to read from the kids count, but I'm going to read really about the demographics for children in the Virgin Islands. Black children make up 67%, white children 7%, children of other races 4%, among children of any race 22% were Hispanic. But 52% of our children are males. We need to realize that 52%. And a lot of our males drop out or are killed before they even get to 30 years old. That's the population really that doesn't really make it in our society. The problem that we have that no one wants to admit is that we have a poverty problem in the Virgin Islands. Plain and simple. So I was glad when Senator Francis Heilega said if 33% of your children are living in poverty, the parents are living in poverty. Everybody's missing that, you know? And I'm reading a book called The Poverty Problem, and the author of it, Horatio Sanchez, says each successive generation born into poverty is exposed to incrementally higher severity obstacles, because the more, you know, success breeds success. I'm sure you've heard that, right? And so the same thing happens with adverse childhood experiences where you have chronic health issues, academic failure, low life potential, premature death. These are some of the things we experience. But the most important part of what he said that I brought today is the lack of economic investment in preventing early child maltreatment results in a financial toll on our welfare, medical, mental health, legal, and education systems. And so education is being affected more so perhaps than any other system right now, because you see the children from the time they're born coming right into you that are poor, that you need to help more than any other sector. My question, though, was to the Board of Education, because I agree definitely with my colleague. We need to, don't blame the hurricanes, but realize that those events only set us back more, right? Chairman, Dr. Calwood, what do you think your relationship is with there was a statement that you made that jumped out at me where you said that prior to the passage establishing the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, that you were involved in school management accountability. Do you interpret the passage of that act to mean that you will no longer be involved in making sure that schools are safe, healthy, and conducive to learning? I don't think that you meant that. Oh, can you okay, because you said that, you know, prior to that you were, and in the absence of a functioning bureau, that's how you put it, in the absence of a functioning bureau, the board remains
1 minute,
committed
30 seconds.
to ensuring that schools are safe, healthy, and conducive to learning. Can you address that, please? Dr. Calwood's mic.
Thank you, Senator James. I believe with the passing of the act, there's some of the stuff that were changed in that particular area that the board was doing and not doing anymore, but I'll allow Member Hendricks to add to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Ms. Nona Hendricks. Act 8717, Bill 350050 indicates a change in the responsibility of the Virgin Islands Board as it pertains to school maintenance. On page 8 of the bill, certain areas were deleted. Facilities was struck, school guidance division was struck, and inserted were the words curricula and instruction. So the board still continues, because we have not seen that the board has been developed and put in place as yet. The board still continues its school and maintenance responsibilities. However, we have started the process of implementing the section that speaks to curricula and instruction. In consultation with the Department of Education, we are taking this whole year to meet and develop what's called an academic walkthrough checklist. We had a walkthrough checklist for maintenance. We're going to have a walkthrough checklist for curriculum and instruction. What this charges the board with doing is going into the schools, looking at curriculum. What is the pathway or the journey for our learners? We're trying to find out if the support is there with materials and resources. Time. We're looking at evidence. But I continue?
Go ahead, yes. Yes, you may.
Oh. We're looking for evidence-based information. Based on that evidence, and again, I'm going to say collaboration, because we have been meeting with the University of the Virgin Islands. We have met with the commissioner and her staff. We have been talking about it with RELNI, etc. We're going to be meeting with coordinators. We have met with parents and we have met with students. We're going to go in and we're going to take a look at our schools. And we have several different objectives. Objective number 1, school has academic learning plans for all students. So we're going to be looking for evidence to prove that. Objective 2, school plans are comprehensive and rigorous. And so this would help us in terms of the learning loss or the learning gap.
Okay.
Comprehensive and rigorous across all curriculum areas. Objective number 3, school generates career options, pathways in terms of college, work, military aspirations and opportunities for learning multi-languages, Virgin Islands, history and culture. Objective 4, school has plans for public input. So we want to see the evidence that there's external and internal stakeholders involved in the education of our students.
Thank you.
Objective number 5, if I could just read this one and you can summarize, the chair could summarize if he would like to. Objective number 5, very important and critical. The board, along with other stakeholders, are going to classrooms to determine whether they're positive and conducive for learning with great impact on student achievement. Thank you for allowing me to share what we're working on right now and will be implemented in the fall.
Thank you, Ms. Hendricks. I'd like to get a copy of the policy. Is that a policy that?
No, it's a academic checklist. So right
It's
now,
an academic checklist?
So right
Okay.
now, our next meeting is with the department on February 26th, and then after that, we can share it with you once we get their final input.
Sure, I'd like to get that because I believe the question I was asked by my colleague about the role of the Board of Education, we haven't really dived deep using that term into the Board of Education. So we definitely intend to do so. We're going to do a quick round, and by the way, testifiers, you know, a lot of times the reason we're here as long as we are is because of your responses. So when you're telling me you ready to go, it depends on your response. So Senator, I'm going to go down the list and see who's here. Is Senator Johnson and St. Croix? Okay, Senator Fred Gregory, you will actually be, yes, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for, I guess this is a round robin? All right, so, of course, we discussed literacy and numeracy today, and how we evaluate our academics. But I have to ask this question because we talked a lot about learning loss. How many functioning libraries do we have in our schools, and are our libraries being used? And do we have the requisite librarians to support our libraries that we have in our schools? And are we using this is like 3 parts. And are we using our libraries after school?
We are using our
name. You probably want to put your name on the record again.
Dr. Juergens, mic, please.
We are using our libraries, Senator. I do have 3 schools without librarians. However, I do have a cadre of librarians that should be coming online next semester because we did use our CARES Act funding to afford them the completion of their degrees.
So all schools have libraries in your district?
3 schools do not. All of them have libraries. 3 of them do not have librarians currently.
St. Croix?
Good day, Senator. All of our schools have libraries and all of our schools have librarians. We do have some librarians slated to retire, but we have a cohort that just graduated, so they would be able to fill the vacancies.
And how are we?
And so we also have online library access through Office of the Governor through our ITMS system, where students are able to not just check out books in person, but also virtually.
And that's for both districts, correct?
Yes.
But we didn't talk about after school.
Well, we use our Lights On program after school, and so we go library to library, and a host of activities take place in the Lights On program. And that we've been using in lieu of Parent University also.
30 seconds. And that's in both districts or just in St. Thomas, St. John?
St. Thomas, St. John.
So after school, Senator, students have access to go into the library and borrow a book. Some of our librarians run or conduct after school programs, but I'm not sure the consistency across the district.
All right, it's a round robin, so my time has been called, but I really believe that we need to continue the conversation around academic achievement in our schools. A lot of very, very important points came up today respective to academic achievement. And everybody knows how I feel about the Virgin Islands Virtual Information System. And I believe that's the tie to ensure that we are able to tie in all of the challenges that we have so we can really provide supports. It's a cradle to grave concept, so we can provide all the necessary supports to our students here in the territory. That matters. And, absent of that type of work, consistent and structured work, I think we're going to have this conversation over and over to the frustration of VIDE. So we have to provide as much support, but all of us, to the point of the chair, also have to be engaged. But let's get our chief executive on board to ensure that he's able to get his commissioners and the directors and some of these semi-autonomous type agencies involved so we can get Vivid stood up the way it should be stood up here in the territory. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Kenneth Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all again. Earlier when I went blank, when the good senator from Frederick said, asked for his point of information, that's exactly what I wanted to ask. So he came back then, but it was regarding the kitchen equipment that has been sitting and not installed. While I know you have a contract in place, do we have timelines? You have timelines for these items to be at least brought in and online? Because based on our walkthrough the other day at some of the schools, they have equipment in there that could actually be replaced right now, and they're not. But I'm hearing that you're saying that they're supposed to be completed by May. But do we have an actual timeline?
So, Senator, I don't have it with you, but yes, there's one that the project manager has that I can get to you.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'm a little disappointed that we're still in the drafting phase of the job specs for the school health technician. The bill was signed, Act 8801 was signed from January 20th. You and your team worked diligently to get this through, so I'm a little disappointed and taken aback that we're still working on job specs, but I'm asking that we expedite this. And in a prior hearing, I did ask for a copy of that contract for custom builders, because this contract really have raised some concerns. Because again, I told you an entry door is fan installation for $18,000. A 36-inch door for $4,500, and then the other stuff that I'm talking about. But as I total this here, they got $680,000 plus for a series of things in 1 month, paid in 1 month, and then an additional $115,000 for something called general conditions and requirements. I'll close off here by asking Mr. what's his name, Fleming, to explain to us what is this general conditions and requirements that will cost us $115,347.
Yes, sir. General conditions is a percentage of the contract cost, and that covers administrative costs for the contractor and the management of the contract. It also covers taxes in there sometimes.
And these works, these jobs, are you the one responsible to sign off on these so that they can be paid?
No, Senator. Or in-house engineer is the one that's the project manager for this project.
So who is that?
That's Mr. James Bonnier.
All right. He's still on the job?
Yes, he is.
How often do you guys come to St. Croix to make inspections?
I go to St. Croix often, but Mr. Bonnier works along with the St. Croix project management staff to monitor that project.
It sounds to me like he is not coming here as often so he could see the completion or whether or not these jobs are being completed.
No, he doesn't get there as often. We have project manager Jason Paria that monitors that project.
Yet still we're signing off. Again, through the chair, can we request a copy of this any and all contracts between the Department of Education and custom builders, please? Thank you so much.
Yes, Senator. I have a quick question for the superintendent of St. Croix District. Does Central High School have a library, is the question.
Central High School relocated their library into a modular classroom. So that's where it is at this time until the furniture comes in for the newly renovated library. Yes.
So it is being used as a library?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Diane Capehart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to let you know that Senator Johnson is back on the floor. So I don't know if you want me to proceed. Okay. I just wanted to say that today, when we understood that John Woodson opened, and as soon as we opened the school, that there was disruption of a fight. So I just wanted to say that Department of Education, I have a few legislation, and one is actually addressing suspended and expelled students. And I'm looking for support because I continue to see this as a problem in the Virgin Islands, where we have individuals that come to school and disrupt, which would offer counseling for the parent and guardian of that student, that they will continue to receive academics during their suspension time, and also to deal with wraparound services that could be a problem that is occurring in some of these children's lives, that they need help. They're crying out for help. So I just wanted to mention that, along with the community schools, charter schools, high school graduation plan. We have a lot of work to do. Department of Education, I know you have a great team. I've seen it. I've seen even with the teachers that we saw that they have dedication. And if we could continue to working on improving a good learning environment for the students and a working environment for the teachers, I think we'll be in a good start. We live in a small community, and I think so many things that we can do as legislators, administrators for these children. Please feel free. I am a person on this committee, and I just wanted to make sure that I put that out, that I am working on legislation to address some of these challenges. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Senator Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Real quickly, Commissioner, do you have an update on the St. John School? Know that the land transition has been completed. Any update in terms of what's transpiring right now in respect to the construction, this design? What's happening in that space in respect to the St. John School acquisition?
Very good question, Senator. So we're getting ready to put out some bundled RFPs. We have $1 billion bundles for St. Croix District, St. Thomas District, and then we're bundling Sproul and Myra Keaton together for St. John. So those RFPs are going out in March. I believe St. John goes out in June. But we are putting the RFPs together to move that process along.
Very well. And in regards to school maintenance for the summer, is there a summer plan that's put in place? What are we expecting? Are you leaving that up to the next executive director of maintenance? Or what's happening with the summer maintenance plan for our schools?
Senator, that's being developed as we speak. We're developing the plans for the summer right now.
Very well, and you do have funding and timelines and everything established. Are we getting principals involved in this discussion? What's going to be expected during the summer?
30 seconds.
Yes, Senator, we reach out to the districts to get their needs, and also along with the maintenance assessments that goes out. So we'll be using the funding that's available to the maintenance and the operation division.
Very well, and in my 30 seconds that remaining, we get an update on school security? Where we at, surveillance cameras, fencing, gates, and school monitors. Just a quick overview of where we at with our school security. I'll appreciate it. Thank you very much.
So in terms of existing RFPs that are going through the process, it includes the fencing for our schools in both districts. That's out for solicitation. We also have been awarded the purchase order for the installation of cameras in the St. Thomas St. John district. We're waiting for the final execution of the contract for the St. Croix district, and then we'll be ready to go with that. We're also waiting for the third party to issue the purchase order for the intercom installations in 3 of the schools in the St. Croix district. We also have some additional projects that deal more with the general maintenance, such as generators and different things, electrical assessments, etc.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Is this a 5 minutes wrong?
No.
I want to stick a little bit on that line with security. When we've been to Central High, my colleague from West spoke about that rear gate, and his concern was about equipment and material leaving campus. I think the last time I spoke about people just coming on our campus. And I don't know what is in place, but I sure hope that something get put in place immediately to Central High School, where that gate remains open without not one personnel there to pick up on who is coming on this campus and who is going off. I don't be scared to say, across the nation, we having these incidents on school campus. And if we don't secure our school campus as much as we can, we're in for problem, because a vehicle could drive straight through that back gate. So is there a plan, something in place since we left there last week?
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I wasn't able to accompany you on the trip, but it has been a bane of my existence. That gate is left open on the weekends to the point where I'm just going to buy a padlock and put it on and give the principal a key and tell her to restrict access. That gate is used for kitchen workers to enter very early in the morning to prepare meals for the day. They also prepare meals that are satellited to other schools. But it is something that I will have a discussion today with the principal. When I get back to St. Croix, I'll stop in Home Depot and just buy a padlock and make sure that there's limited access. That has been ongoing issue for the superintendent and myself. We've had many discussions with the previous principal about that gate being unlocked at all times of the day and night.
So to add to that, Senator, afterwards I did have a discussion with Principal Hobson around the use of the back gate. One thing we spoke about was immediately closing it. We spoke about restricting access and changing the locks to that. We also are going to look into probably motorizing that gate and putting a camera system where someone can come and punch and it routes to the office and be let in and out of the gate. So those are the 3 things. But for right now, she will be closing that gate during the day, as well as we are ensuring that the gate remains closed on the weekends.
And we do have similar situation like that at Complex. Anyone could enter from that back gate again, enter on our school campus, and only God know what can happen.
Time.
I came from that line of security. My colleagues, them did some executive security, but I did a different type of security. And I always look at these things mindfully and understand that it's only the matter of time. It's not in our favor. I sure hope we execute these things that we say we're doing to safeguard our children on these campuses. I plead with you guys to do something about those gates. Don't let people just be able to drive a car in. At least if you're walking, somebody might see you with something in your hand. When a car driving, only God knows what all is inside of that vehicle. So please, let's execute that and secure our schools them. And hey, I know you guys got your handful. We're here to support you and help you. We have these aging school that's beyond us. But we have to put time, date, and places and things in place so that we could start preparing for these new school. That Central High gym sitting. Don't need to be sitting if we're going to take it down. We need to start wiping these things out. That's a hazard right there on that school campus. If it's going to go down, we need to get these contracts, execute them, take them down, and start prepping. Because if we're going to wait till when the contract is executed, then we're going to get more setback because now we got to go and knock down the gym start preparing the area. And if these things are not going to be used, let's we clean them up. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Point of information, Senator Gregory. Fred Gregory.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually thought I was done until the previous speaker spoke. So we saw one of the layout of the new schools, and because of what we know that's happening throughout the country, why are we building new schools with such open campuses? For more reasons than one. We see that we have a challenge with attracting employees. School monitors, there's an issue with SRO, and we could go on and on. Why are we building new schools that have such, the campuses are beautiful that we're seeing, but when we look at what's happening on the national level, they're building schools that are enclosed. Why are we building open schools?
So that's a very good question, Senator. I can speak to the conversations that we've had around Arthur Richards, for example. And the fact that Arthur Richards will have a perimeter fencing that, I want to say 8 foot tall, and then the buildings are also going to be enclosed with another additional barrier inside. So while that's a schematic drawings, it's not finished, Senator. And what I really want to say to this body, I invite you guys to come and help us to put these things together. Because sometimes the team internally, and even when we invite stakeholders, we don't get to see everything. That's why we have these teams to sit down and look at the designs, because we want to make sure that we're building school facilities that are safe. And so those things are definitely taken into consideration. Thank you.
Yeah, they definitely should be.
Yeah.
Definitely. Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized.
Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of the territory. I wanted to ask a quick question in regards to, and I wasn't sure if any of my colleagues asked this, psychologists versus counselors. We live in a different age, and I grew up in a time where, I could have chatted up with my counselor, but these children are on a whole nother level, and I am of the belief that we might need to have psychologists actually a part of these schools. What are your thoughts on that? And is that something you see that we should be incorporating? Because the myriad of issues these children are dealing with, they need direct access to help right there in that facility. That's my thought, but share yours.
No, that's everybody's thought,
Oh,
Senator.
okay.
We had a discussion earlier about that. We definitely have had challenges recruiting school psychologists. And in lieu of that, we were able to form a good partnership with the Department of Health, and they offer us assistance with the behavioral services vans, which have licensed individuals inside to just come to our schools and be accessible for our students and faculty and staff.
Well, you think most children don't want people to know they have to go in a van. I don't think that.
Right. So I mean, that's just, it's a start. No, I hear you, because even when we have our meetings with the student council, the children tell me, I'm not speaking to my counselor because I don't want my business on the street.
30
So
seconds.
that's just one thing that we're doing, and we're open to suggestions. But one of the issues that we've had historically is recruiting.
You have adults that don't even want to go see a therapist.
But Senator, the request that we actually got from the children in student council is that we bring in some psychologists for them to talk to. That's what they actually
I agree.
want.
I think they should have them. I'm asking about the publicness of a van. I think that's where you might see them deter, because even with adults, they don't want people to know they're getting therapy, because even in our culture and our society, they act like it's something wrong, when the same way if you have an issue with your heart or your foot, you go to the doctor, you have to make sure your mind is well just the same. So for me, I think it's very, very important. So whatever we could do to maybe come up with other alternatives, maybe outside of the van that everybody see the child walking into, they're not gonna do it, because even I as an adult might not do it. You understand? So I do appreciate your support for that. And I really look forward to that really being integrated across all our schools here in the territory because it's very, very important. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and a pleasant good afternoon once again to the testifiers. This is a very good topic and a very critical topic we are talking about today because it affects the future of the Virgin Islands, our people, and where we are going to go in the next 5, 10, 15, 20, etc. years. So this is an exceptionally good topic, and I really want to applaud the team here and your staff and the parents and everyone for all that you're doing. Now, relative to, just want to follow up, relative to the psychologists or even having those meetings and students, are there any discussion with the Department of Health to utilize telemedicine, virtual telemedicine, to have those conversations with the parents or the children online on Teams and Zoom so that the students don't have to have that stigma, because that's what it'll be, it will be a stigma. So has that been explored as a resolution?
That
as a solution?
has. A lot of times when the psychologists interact with the schools, they're doing a whole group at first just to disseminate the information and let everyone aware of the services that they provide. And then they leave them with the number or some other contact that they can call them, when they are away from the group, and then they set those types of things. But they do have virtual sit-downs with the therapists and the psychologists and so forth.
That's very good, because typically in that type of environment, you would see that the students may be a bit more responsive.
But I will share with you that it has been the hardest service to procure. We've been looking for psychological services for years. The local folks have already written their own grants with specific purposes, and thank God we're able to partner with health to be able to get some of those services going in our schools.
Well, I'm glad to see that that's being done. I do have a question. Dr. Atley Herman, I want to say that your reports as for the St. Croix districts are very good. And the question I have is on page 15, where we look at leadership coaching and professional development. I needed to understand, and maybe that's both districts, what are we looking at as far as our dropout rate? Because I noted, Dr. Otley, you have implemented a Dropout Prevention Academy, which commenced last year, April. So how do our dropout rate, or through the chair, for each island district, if you could provide that to us, from 2015 until 2023. That would give us a good analysis on what we're looking at with our young people and their dropout levels. Dr. Herman, how are you seeing the outcomes from this Dropout Prevention Academy, which commenced in April 19, 2023? Are you seeing improvements? Is it a reduction in the dropout rate compared to the previous year?
Time. So, good day, Senator. I would get that data to you. One of the things that we learned as we took part in the Dropout Prevention Academy for the St. Croix district was the different aspects of it. And the primary one is that it actually begins with your early grades. So we've been looking at dropout prevention, not just from high school, but looking at our early learners, the holistic model of what's happening with leadership, what's happening with instruction. We've had training with counselors. And we've trained a series of individuals as trauma-informed specialists within the district. So what we're seeing is an implementation of strategies. We're seeing a shift in understanding in terms of how leaders, what they look at. And in our early grades, we're looking at what is that influence of early learning in terms of addressing behaviors as early as kindergarten and first grade, to prevent the loss, the behavioral interventions to be put in place so students do not drop out. So we started with training, we have implemented different strategies, and I'm seeing the strategies weave throughout school improvement plans, as well as how school leaders act within their building.
Okay, and Dr. Jurgen, on your side,
The dropout rate has improved in the St. Thomas St. John district. Is this mic on? I will say that we also have a dropout prevention plan, and several of our professionals attended the institute and have been working on becoming certified in certain areas throughout the district. Now, I will share with you that one of the biggest things that contribute to what our dropout prevention says is a lot of the information is not accurate, and I'll tell you why. When you look at a dropout, the number of students that have dropped out, you're looking at them as a cohort. The number of students that came in ninth grade, and you're following them for 4 years after. A lot happens in those years. So when our students back up from the U.S. Virgin Islands, and parents decide to take them and send them all over without withdrawing them properly, those things have a negative effect on our dropout prevention rate. So what we've done in the past 2 years is really go back to 3 years to see if we could capture just calling parents. If you know the cousin of someone that attended the school before, just calling them, just calling the school, because once we can connect them to a school on the mainland, then they no longer drop out. Right. But we need the information to be able to provide the U.S. Department of Education.
but my concern is, Madam Chair, I suspect my time has been called. But this is a
Go ahead.
this is a very critical question, and my concern is that we need to be looking at that dropout rate, because it's really tells a huge message about who and what. And also, Madam Chair, if we could get the retention, I don't know what the term is, when the students are kept back.
Promotion retention data.
Promotion retention data.
Well, that's also a part of our plan.
Yeah, so if we, excuse me, Dr. Jurgen, if we could also get that information, because that helps us. We are part of your partners, and so we need to be able to see the data so we could also be able to support you in those areas that you need. I'm concerned about parents just pulling students out, especially if they haven't reached the age of maturity and you don't have the information. The schools that they are going to are supposed to contact you to get their what do you call it? Their grades, right? And their transcripts, thank you. Their transcripts. So how is it that you're not capturing that data when the school that the parents have taken you to, having called you for those transcripts? They're supposed to. That's something that is like required with all school transfers.
Well, we don't wait for them to call, because we call ourselves if we know that they're going there. But it starts with the parent telling us, my child is going to this school in Florida. But a lot of times that movement doesn't happen, and a lot of the movement also happens outside of the country.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the response. I suspect somebody wants to add in to the topic. Thank you kindly.
If I may.
Sure. Go ahead.
So, Senator, one of your good colleagues asked the same question over here about when they transfer the request for a transcript. I wanted to add to that based on the grade level, many school districts take the most recent report card, and so they may not have to request a transcript. It's usually when they're entering high school or passing 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade that the school district may request a transcript. Also, you asked for the last 5 years dropout rate for the St. Croix district. This year, our 22-23, our dropout rate was reported at 2.1%. The year prior was 3%. The year prior was 1.8, 2.8 in 1920, and 3.9% in 1819. So our dropout rate is on a decline in the St. Croix district.
Thank you.
And the same applies to the St. Thomas St. John district. It is at a decline.
Okay, we would like to get that in writing.
Sure thing.
I have a couple more quotes before I ask my last question. Violence is black children going to school for 12 years and receiving 6 years worth of education. That's Julian Bond. And I wanted to ask two quick ones. When you're taking the data on tardiness and absenteeism, do you ever find out the reasons why the child is absent or tardy? Is that recorded?
That is recorded.
Okay.
And as I mentioned before, when it becomes egregious and it's chronic, then it's referred to the truancy officer through the attendance counselors, and I get a report to see what happens, why the child is late, and what interventions have the school done, and the intervention team in my office also to address the child's lateness.
So what's the number one reason that parents give?
Sick.
Sick?
Either parent sick or the student is sick. That's one. Travel is another.
Okay.
Segments of the population leave for long periods of time to enjoy and engage in cultural activities off island.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, and it's a population
which means though, Dr. Yergin, that they're connected to other communities, right?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. I want to also say that, well, let me say what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., his quote is, "The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education." But when we leave here today, I want us to go with a question that I got from my systems thinking book, which I'm still trying to learn to think in systems, and is, why are we not as successful as we want to be despite our best efforts? We need to think about that. And it really goes back to what the commissioner said earlier. I think she answered the question, and that's really the community as a whole collaborating and coming together and understanding. I think that's part of the question, but I'm still thinking through, why are we not able in this community that we own, that belongs to us, not able to have, when a state or the territory addresses next year, I was a little, I don't even know what the word is to say when the governor said, well, we're going to talk about the bottom today, we're going to talk about the stars, right? I want him to know, let's get the bottom to become stars. Let's come back next year and say, even if it's 75%, whatever, even if it's 50% of our students are reading at grade level or above grade level, that to me is a triumph, right? And I think we can do it. I don't know if you believe that we can, but
I believe that we can, and next year we're going to come back with much more stars. We are.
Okay.
But I just wanted to make mention of one thing, Senator, just to place it in context. Senator Joseph, when we talk about dropout rates also, every time a child of ours goes to Job Corps, that's a dropout. I know. Even though they're doing something constructive and meaningful, it's only recently in years past that when they go to night school, which is our system, they were also considered a dropout. But we fixed that piece, right? So it's a work in progress, and I hope to really, really cut down on the numbers of our children that are leaving to go elsewhere without parents letting us know. And so the attendance counselors, the registrars have been really, really astute in looking out for that. Also, each child that leaves a school, it is the sole responsibility of the principal to know who's coming in and out. And so I don't want secretaries signing children out of school. I don't want that. I want the principal to know that these children have left your school.
Right.
And therefore, before they go, ask a question. Even though the compulsory age of education is 18, we're not in the business of letting children just pass through and drop out. So we have to have a question, you have to have an interview with the principal, and the principal may calling your parent, not because you're 18 in this community, we're going to just shun you away from your parent. So those are some of the things that we're doing to address.
Okay, I'm going to give Dr. Calwood and the Commissioner 30 seconds to wrap up. Dr. Calwood, I'm going to give you your 30 seconds, followed by the Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator James, and the entire Committee on Education and Workforce Development. Since we are on quotes for Black History, I want to indicate education is for improving the life of others and for leaving your community and world better than you found it. Marian Wright Edelman.
Right.
So I'll leave that on that note, and thank you so much for allowing the Virgin Islands Board of Education to provide testimony today regarding the status of schools within our territory. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Calwood. Dr. Hedrington, Wells Hedrington.
Thank you, Senator James and the rest of the colleagues. On behalf of the entire Virgin Islands Department of Education, I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide updates to the public. And like Dr. Jurgen said, we're looking forward to improvements in what we're doing. And it really takes all of us. So I'm really looking forward to some more conversations around systems and how we could make this territory a better place for our families, for our students, and really, for our future as well. So we are committed, and we're looking forward to working with each and every one of you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to remind everyone that we need to save our children, that they're the most vulnerable among us. But I also want to point out, and I'm going to use the words from the Bible, our poor really are the least among us. And at the end of the day, it's how you treat the least among us, right? And so we need Senator Joseph jumping in here with Sunday school and me. But we need to think about that. It's how we treat the least among us, and we need to do that and change the course and the destiny of the Virgin Islands. So I want to thank the testifiers. You stuck with me and my committee all day, our committee, and thank my colleagues who came and the staff for getting me ready for this meeting, the media, public media, the reporters, central staff for a great meeting, and the Committee on Education and Workforce Development is hereby adjourned.